Today we are going to build a Perplexity AI clone with the help of React and Next.js. This is a full stack application which we are going to build completely from the scratch. In this video, you're gonna learn how Perplexity AI is different from any other AI model, how it brings the real-time search information directly to you in a proper format, along with the sources which it fetch the data from and many other features that Perplexity provide for you, and everything we are going to build in this particular video. Let me walk through this demo of our application which we are going to build in this video. If you see, we have this landing screen where we have the sidebar with an option like home, discover, library, and here you have option to ask or search anything. You can even switch from search to research. You also have different model provided by this particular project. Then you can search anything. Let's search about Mr. Beast and then click enter. Here immediately you will get all the sources where the data is getting for you, and this is a real-time data which you will find it over here. Once we get all the sources with the help of search APIs, then it will summarize all the details for you from the different sources, and everything you're gonna learn in this video how we bring all these things together. Not only this, but we also gonna show all the images which we are getting from the internet and all the list of sources. How cool. At the bottom side you can search furthermore. Let's search Mr. Beast popular videos and click enter, and then you will find it will generate the source for you first. You will see all the sources where it bringing this data in real time, and then it will format your information and display it for you. That's how cool it is, right? And this is what the Perplexity do for you. Then you can even go to the library section where you will see all your searches, and anytime you can go back to your search from this particular page, and boom. Then in the discover section you will find all the latest and top news, the top updates in a real time, like top tech and science, finance, and many other things, and everything you gonna learn how to integrate that in a step by step, in a chapter by chapter. I divided this complete video in a small chapter so you can learn more easily. The assets for this particular project is available completely for free. I will put the link in the description, and also the source code you will find on the tubegurji.com. With the help of Inngest, we added this AI LLM model integration along with the tracking all our APIs, and each of our API call and integration with the LLM model we are doing with the help of Inngest, which provide you this reliable solution to building any AI SaaS product and SaaS application for you. Now, this Inngest platform designed to simplify the creation of durable, event-driven workflow without need of managing complex infrastructure. It replaces a traditional queue system, state management, and scheduling with the streamlined approach that enables developers to build a reliable AI-ready step function more efficiently. As we are using a lot of different AI model, and that's the reason we are going to use Inngest to streamline our flow and avoid any missing API calls. So guys, that also we're gonna learn, and in the last at the end of this tutorial you're gonna learn how can we deploy this application in the production on the cloud so that you can share this with your friends and family. So guys, if you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe to our channel, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update, and press like button if really enjoying this video so far. Also, if you want to access the source code, then go to the tubegurji.com, join the membership, and here you will find all the exclusive source code courses, and you can get access more than 50 plus AI based and other projects as well. So just go ahead, join the membership and get advantage of this platform. So guys, Without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop the Perplexity AI clone application with the help of React, Next.js, Inngest, and many other tech stack. Now let's create the Next.js application. So simply go to the nextjs.org where you will find all the documentation about the Next.js, which is the official website of the Next.js. It's very easy to create a Next.js application, but just wanted to inform you that the feature that Next.js provided. The most important feature, which is the React server component along with the folder based routing, which and also they have the client server rendering as well. So it will be easy, fast to develop any web application. So simply copy this command. If you see, so it's just saying npx create next app at latest. So we'll copy this command, then open a folder where you want to create a project, open a terminal at that folder, and simply paste the command. So it's npx create next app at latest. Now at latest we'll install the latest version of the Next.js. So depends on when you are developing this application, you can also add the version number over here. Then click enter and then it will ask you the project name. So we'll give the name Perplexity AI clone. Then would you like to use TypeScript? We'll say no. ESLint, no. The Tailwind CSS, say yes. Source directory to no. App router to yes. And TurboPack to no. Okay. Now this command will also install the Tailwind CSS for us, and it will install the Tailwind CSS version 4, which is the latest version of the Tailwind CSS. And if you see, our application now is ready. Now simply open a VS Code and open a folder which you just created this project. And then once you open this project in VS Code, you will see on the left hand side some files and folder. Let's walk through one by one. The very first folder, which is the app folder, which contain all our pages, route, everything which we are going to add it is inside this app folder, which contain the global CSS file. So whatever CSS applied throughout the application is or can be accessible to any component, you can put it inside the global CSS file. Then we have the layout.js file, which is the root layout of your Next.js application, which contain the metadata for SEO. Then you will see this HTML body tag, and in that the children are rendering. So all the routes are going to render through this root layout. Then the next is page.js file, which is the default page of our application. Now once we run our application, you will get to know that how it is going to render. Next we have the node module, which contain the whatever the packages we install, that all packages is inside this node module. Obviously we are not going to touch this node module folder at all. Then we have the public folder, which contain all the images, fonts which you want to use from your local application. So you can keep it inside the public folder and then directly you can use it. You will get to know once we start developing our application. Then we have the next.config.mjs file, which contain the Next.js related configuration. Then we have package lock and package.json, which contain the name of your application, the version, the script to run and build your application. And here you will find the dependency. Now whatever the library or dependency we are going to install, we will find under this dependency section along with their version. Currently it has a React 19 version, but we are going to update to 18 because many latest library are not yet supported to the React 19 version. So make sure to update to 18. And the dev dependency for the Tailwind CSS. Here we have postcss.config.mjs file, which related to the Tailwind CSS. Now we don't have any separate Tailwind CSS. Okay, now it's merged to the global CSS file, so you don't need a separate Tailwind CSS. Now whenever you update any version inside your dependencies, make sure to install this by using this npm install command. So once you run this command, so it will install now and update the React version from 19 to 18. Okay, that is very important. Now you have two options to open a terminal by going to this terminal, new terminal, or you can just drag this up and it will open a terminal for you. It's an npm run dev. Okay, so make sure to enter npm run dev, and then it will open the localhost on a port 3000. Now open this inside your browser, and then you will see this default page is getting rendered. Now if I go back to our application, go to the app folder, and inside the page.js, this is the default line of code which is displaying on the screen. Now I will remove all of this div and simply will add a default div or empty div, and inside that we'll add a h2 tag. We'll say subscribe to TubeGuruji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Once you save this one and made the change, you will see without refresh it is rendering on the screen, and it's just showing the text which we just added to our default page. So that's how easily you can create the Next.js application and run very first time. Now the next important thing we want to install is Tailwind CSS based UI component library, which is a shared CN. Shared CN is quite popular among the developers, which help us to develop the UI component much faster. Simply go to the ui.sharedcn.com and then go to the components folder, or go to the document folder where you will find this installation step. Now select the correct framework. It available for a different framework as well. So currently we will select the Next.js, and this is the command to initialize the shared CN. If you are not using the Tailwind CSS version 4, then you can go to this shared CN version, or you can use that by mentioning this version as well. As we are using the Tailwind CSS version 4, then we'll simply use this command. So go back to your application. Inside the terminal, I will add a new terminal by pressing this plus icon. So it will add the new terminal, and then we'll execute this shared CN command. Now once you execute, it will ask you the base color. So I will select this slate as a base color, but you can select anything, and then click enter. Once you click enter, it will install the shared CN inside your project. And most important thing, over here on the left hand side, the new folder get added, which is a utils.js file, and then component.json file, which contain the shared CN related components, where you will find the Tailwind, where it actually is available, where to add the CSS related to a Tailwind classes. Then you will find these aliases as well, and the different style, which style you applied. Now inside the global CSS, you will see some of the colors get added. See, okay. Now anytime if you want to change your primary color of your shared CN theme, you can just go to the global CSS, and then you can just change this primary color or secondary color or so on. Now this OKLCH format is newly introduced. Many developers don't know. So simply go to the site. Okay, so this oklch.com, and then here you can select the color which you want and simply copy this code for the color code. Okay, and then paste it here. I will show you in a moment. But before that, now once you initialize the shared CN, let's try to install some basic component. So let's consider that you want to install a button component. So I will go to the button component, and here we have this button component CLI. Okay, so whenever you want to use any shared CN component, make sure to install that component. So we'll install this button component. Once you install, you will see this new folder called components get created under the root directory, and inside that we have UI folder where we have the button.jsx file. Inside this, obviously you can make a modification, customization to your button, but whenever you want to use button inside your application, simply import this button component from the components UI button. Then add text, whatever text you want, save it, and if I go back to our application, let me refresh. So right now if you see, this button is not getting applied, the styling is not getting applied due to some styling issue. So after reloading our application, it might work. Sometimes you just need to remove this TW animate CSS, but because many times this library is not installed automatically with Tailwind CSS version 4 is not that much stable yet. But try to rerun your application or try to remove this one and keep adding back, and then it will solve your issue. Okay, and now if you see, we have this beautiful button component ready to use. So that's how you can use the shared CN components. Now for our primary default color, if you see this mockup, right, this is how the Perplexity UI will look like. Here I added some colors as well. So over here, for our primary color, I'm going to use this hex code, right? Now in order to get this okay, let's ch color format, just paste this hex code, okay, and then you can just copy this code format and then go to the global CSS, search for the primary color and then replace it and save it. After that, if I go back to our application, you will see the primary color of our shared scene component is now changed, the one which we want. That's how easy you can do it. Okay, but there are other ways that you can follow to apply the primary color style as well, but this is the easiest way and it does not affect anything. Anytime if you want to change any color, just update the global CSS. When you open the Perplexity application, we have the sidebar on the left side along with these options, and on the right hand side we have option to ask anything to the AI, and along with that one over here we will see some other option as well. Same way we are going to implement it. So first we will implement the sidebar, and then we have this Perplexity section where user can enter or ask something. So in order to add a sidebar, we are going to use a shared CN sidebar component. So inside the shared CN, we have the sidebar component, and you can see this example as well. Okay, so it's very easy to add it and you don't need to add any configuration, just you need to add some basic layout and that's all. So I will just scroll down. First thing, you need to install this sidebar. So let's copy this npm command and simply paste it here. Next, you need to add this global CSS file. So I will copy everything and paste it inside the global CSS. So this line of code, I will put it here at the top and then save it. Next, you can see how it's actually structured, the sidebar. So complete components are wrapped in a sidebar, and inside the sidebar, in the top, we have the sidebar header. Then we have the sidebar content. Inside that, you will see the sidebar group, and at the bottom, we have the sidebar footer. So now next important thing, we need to create app sidebar component, okay, and that we need to add it inside the layout. So we have this sidebar provider as well. Okay, so make sure to wrap your app layout file. So let's go to the layout.js and I will wrap it something like this. Okay, now make sure to import this sidebar provider as well. Now once you wrap it, you need to add this app sidebar. Okay, so we'll create a new component. So inside the app folder, we'll create a underscore component folder. Now we are giving this name start with the underscore because as you know that Next.js has the folder based routing functionality. When you create any folder, then it will automatically create you the routing. But if you give the folder name start with the underscore or you can add a circular braces, then that folder will not consider as a route. Then inside that we'll add app sidebar.jsx and simply add a default template and then save it. Once you add over here, we'll copy all of this file example and then just copy this much only and then we'll paste it here. Now make sure to copy this import statement as well and then save it. Once you add this sidebar, I'm going to add this app sidebar inside this sidebar provider. Okay, and to this app sidebar you can even add the trigger. Now this trigger will open and close your sidebar. Now look, once you save it, let's go back to your application and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful sidebar. Now you have option to open it or with this trigger you can even close it. Beautiful, right? So that's how easily you can add the sidebar. Now another important thing, if you see this mockup, we have this different color, and this color we are going to add it. So if you see, I added the color code in this documentation, which I'm going to share with you, so you can check that out. So for the sidebar color, I have this color code, so I will just copy that, and then we'll go to the global CSS, and I will use this color as an accent color. Okay, so if I scroll down, you can provide that to this accent. Okay, so obviously first we need to get this formatting code, so I will paste this hex code. So this need to be an hash, and we got this code, just copy it and then simply paste it here. Okay, also if you want, you can also change this color to the sidebar as a background color. See the sidebar background. Okay, so you can use this color combination over here as well. So let's use this and let's see whether it's working or not. Now once you save, let's refresh this one. I don't think so it works. Maybe we can directly put the hex code as a sidebar background. And still it's not working. That's weird. Anyway, we can manually update this background color as well. Now to this sidebar, I will add a class name, and then we'll say background accent. I don't think so. Let's skip it, put it to the sidebar content as well, and also put it to the header. And if you see, now it's changed this complete background similar to this one. Perfect. Now at the top we have the logo. Okay, so which we can put it inside the sidebar header. So we already have this sidebar header. I will close this tag where we can put the header. Now I already copy the logo from the internet, so inside the public folder I'm going to paste it, and this is the logo we pasted. I will rename this to logo, and then in order to use it, I am gonna use Next.js image tag called image, then the source, and over here we'll simply say logo.png. Make sure to give the alt tag as a logo, and then provide a width, let's say 150, and height, let's say 100. Now if I go back, you will see this logo is showing on the screen. You can little bit increase this size as well. Perfect. Now make sure you will put it that in the center of the screen, and in order to bring it in the center of the screen, I'm going to make this as a flex, and then let's make it item to be in the center. You can give margin Y to, let's say, 5. Oh, don't give margin, you can give the padding instead of that. Perfect. Next thing, if you see, we have this search bar. Okay, so it's not necessary. If you want to make that, I'm gonna just not to add this one. Okay, then we'll add this option. Now in order to add this option, I'm gonna create one constant. So at the top I will say constant menu options, and inside that I'm gonna add it. So first we'll say title. Now the first title is home. The icon that we are going to use from the Lucid icon, the library is already installed when you create the Next.js application, and when you install the shared CM, the Lucid icon also inserted. Okay, over here if you type it, you will see, you will get the suggestion from the Lucid React, and then add that. Now if you want to know, just go to the lucid.dev/icon, and here you will find a bunch of different icon which library we are using already. After this, you can provide the path. Okay, and then I'm going to copy this few more times, and accordingly according to this particular mockup I'm going to update. Now I added all this title icon. Okay, and then after that we're gonna update the part accordingly once we start implementing the different pages. Now all of this option we want to show it on the screen, so under this sidebar group, I'm going to add a sidebar content, and inside this sidebar content we can add a sidebar menu. Okay, now inside this menu we need to iterate all of these menu options. So here we'll say menu options dot map, we'll say menu comma index, and then the arrow function. Then here we'll say sidebar menu button, and inside this we'll say before that actually we can mark it as a sidebar menu item, because each sidebar menu contain a sidebar menu item, and then we can show the button. Now inside here I'm going to simply add an anchor tag with hrefs. Now hrefs nothing but the menu dot path, and then close this tag, and inside this we're going to show a menu dot icon, and then inside the span tag we can show menu dot title, and then save it. Once you save it, you can go back, and this is how it will look. Obviously it's not look good, but we'll update and we'll fix it. So first over here for this one we'll add a key as an index. Then for this menu button we can mark it as a child. Okay, and I'm also going to add some padding. Then for this anchor tag we'll say class name, and also make sure your sidebar content is inside the group. Okay, so make sure to wrap it inside the group, something like this, and then save it. Now if I go back, so this is how beautiful it looks. See, now obviously we'll update some font size as well. So for this span tag I'm going to add a class name, and here we'll say text larger, and let's see how it looks. I think this is much better. I'm also going to change this size. So here we'll add height to, let's say, 7, width to 7. I will make it 8. Okay, and then save it. Perfect. Here you can add padding y to 7, so little, or make it 5 only, so little spacing between these options. Okay, I think I'll make it 6 and save it. Now whenever you hover on this one, we don't want this background color, right? And we want it transparent. So on sidebar menu item I'm going to add hover, and we'll just simply make background transparent. And whenever we'll hover it, we'll also make a font size to bold. Okay, and save it. Now if you see, it's working perfectly fine. Now another important thing, depends on the path we want to show which one is selected. Okay, so that we need to get depends on the current path. Also currently if you see, the path is same. So over here for home I'm going to add the default one. For the discover I will say discover. Then for a library I will say library only. And sign in, I think for sign in I will not add anything, and then save it. I will just keep it hash or empty, something like this. Then we're gonna use a React hook called use path name. Okay, so you will add use path name, something like this. Now this is a React hook, so you have to make sure you will make this component on the client side, and then save it. Now this will return this particular path. Okay, so if it's empty, obviously it's a slash, but if you add something, then it will return everything after the slash, including slash as well. So we're gonna simply match it. So over here I'm gonna wrap this in a curly braces and then this tag in order to write a conditional or a styling. So in order to add a conditional styling, let's add a dollar sign, and inside the curly braces you need to add a condition. So in this case we'll say if path dot includes the menu dot path. Okay, then we'll say and operator, then we want to show a font as bold, and then save it. And if you see, if I refresh it, currently the home is showing as an active one because it is selected. So that's how, if you see, that's how we need to show it. Next we want to add this sign up button. It's very straightforward. So after this sidebar menu, I'm gonna add a button component, and inside that we'll say sign up. And to this one, if you see, this is a rounded corner, so we'll make this a rounded corner as well. So inside the class name, simply add a rounded full, and automatically it will add the rounded corner. See, something like this. Also, if you want to give padding, so you can add some padding as well. So you can say margin X, let's say 7, or let's make it 4 only. Perfect. And little bit margin top to, let's say, 4. So that's how our left side section is ready. At the bottom, you just have option try pro and upgrade for image upload smarter AI. So if you want, you can add that one too. So we already have the sidebar footer section. So we'll just add this section as well. So inside the footer, we'll say let's add a simply div. Inside the, we'll say try now, and similar text I'm gonna use this. Okay, so try pro, or you can go to this Perplexity, because recently they made some changes. Okay, so it's now a little bit different, but let's use this one only to add faster. Here make sure to add a class name with a background accent. Now inside the p tag, I'm going to simply say upgrade for image upload smarter AI. Smarter AI and more copilot and more copilot. And then we have button called learn more. So here I'm going to add a button, we'll say learn more. Now for this text, we'll add a class name, we'll say text gray 500, and for this text we'll say class name text gray, let's say 400. And if I go back, so this is how it will look like. Obviously we'll give some padding. So for this div, we'll add a padding to, let's say 6, or 6 is too much, let's make it 3 only. Perfect. Now for this learn more button, if you want to make this different color, right? So it has a button has different variant. So you can say, for example, ghost. Okay. So this is how it will look like. But if you want to explore more, simply go to the button, and here you will find some different variants. See, destructive, secondary, ghost, link. Let's try secondary as well. I think this is also good, not bad. And for this one, I will say text, sorry, the text color gray 500. Perfect. So that's how our sidebar is now ready. Next, we want to add this chat box section on the home screen, where at the top we have the logo and option to enter the user input. Also, we're going to add this tab section, search and research, and on the right hand side we have some options. So if you go to this actual Perplexity website, here you will find we have option to choose a model, and there are different models. They use a GPT, Gemini, and I'm going to tell you how can we use and add this different kind of model with a single API endpoint. Then we have this different option like web, academic, option to attach email, images, and audio or voice mode as well. So let's go to our application, and inside the page.js where we want to add that, so I will clean this one, and under this underscore component I'm gonna create a new component called chartbox.jsx, or we can rename this to chart box input, or input box we can say. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now make sure to import this component inside your page.js file. So here we'll say chart input box and save it. Next, first thing first, as we want to add a logo at the top, So I already added the just text logo, so as a logo2.png in the form of svg. I will share these assets with you. So over here we'll say image, then source, and inside that we'll simply say slash logo2.png. In width, let's add 200, and height to 200. So right now it's showing broken, that's fine. Let's make it just a logo. Oh, it's need to be an svg, I believe. Or let's add logo.png. And after adding this logo, I will make sure all the content is in the center of the screen. So we'll say class name, we'll give a flex and give height to screen. Then we also want to add item to be in the center and then save it. Over here we'll also make it justify in the center of the screen. And I think we need to mark this as a width to be full. And inside the page.jsx, here I will make this width to be full as well. Okay, and now if you see, it is in the center of the screen. Perfect. Next, we want to add this section. The logo is little bit bigger, so you can just change the size. Now for the input one, right, I'm going to use just a simple HTML input tag. First, I will add a div. Inside this, we'll add an input tag of type text. And over here, I'm gonna add a placeholder as well. And we'll say ask anything and save it. Now once you save, you will see this input text as well. Now for this one, we'll make flex column. Then for this input, we'll add a class name. For now, I will give width to be full. And for this div, we'll add a padding to 5, width to be full, maximum width we'll say let's make it 2xl and let's see how it is. I think this is perfect. Then save this. Now for this input as well, you need to give some padding. Let's add padding to 4. And if you see we don't want this border, okay, so you can remove that border. So we'll say a border, or not border, but it's outline none. Okay, so I don't know whether, yeah, we have this outline none class. So now if you see, even though you select, we don't have that ugly border. Now for this div, we can add a border and we'll make rounded to 2xl, something like this. And if you see, it's quite matching. Just I think we give a more padding to this one. So I will just decrease this to 2 and then it's work perfectly fine. Next, you can, if you want, right, you can also change the height of this input. I will keep as it is for now. Then we want to add this tab section, right, and this tab you can add it from the sidebar ShadCN. So go to the ShadCN and search for these tabs, and if you see, it's quite similar, right? So in order to use it, first you need to install this ShadCN tab. So I will just add it here. Then simply copy this import statement and then copy this tab. So over here I will just add a div and then we'll paste it and save it. Now once you save, just make sure you are getting this tab. See, beautiful, right? Now obviously we don't want this content section, but instead of that one we want to switch this input, right? Now if I go to this actual website, see, oops, sorry. So if I change this to search, obviously it asking me to log in, but it just changed this placeholder. So in order to implement it, first I will just remove this tab content from the bottom and I will paste just about this one, and we can even copy this input and we'll paste it inside this tab content. something like this, and then save it. So now if you see, we have option called research anything. So I will just change these two, we'll say research anything and save it. And if you switch this, see, only thing that we need to change this tab text. So over here we'll say search, and here this need to be research. Perfect. Now you can add this icon as well. So I'm just searching some icon which is related to that one, or I'm gonna simply add this search check option. And for this one I will say item and save it. Perfect. See, beautiful, right? For the text, you can change the text color. So over here I will say text to be primary, or this need to be, yeah, that's correct. I will just make sure. Perfect. And I will copy this class name for this one as well. Make sure to update this value as well. So this need to be a search, this need to be a research, and then depends on this tab trigger the content we are showing. So you also need to update the respective value, and you can show the default one as a search. See, so that's how you need to update it. Now on the right hand side we have some options. Okay, so those options we need to add. So after this div we'll add another div to show those options. Now I'm going to add this icon first. Okay, so simply first we'll use this CPU icon. So simply we'll say CPU, then the globe icon, then we have pin icon. I think that attachment, I don't know what we'll call u pin, or just search it from the Lucid React. So this is called paperclip. Wow. So I will add that as well. Then audio or mic we can call, and then audio lines, and save it. Now if I go over here, you will see this icon coming over here, but we want in a one line. So first for this div I will make it flex, then for this parent div I will make it flex, then we'll make justify between, and then we'll make item to be in the center. See, something like this. And here instead of center we can make it n, so it will be at the bottom. Then in order to change the size color at a one time, right, just click alt and then click something like this, so you can edit everything at once. So we'll add a class name, then we want add a text, let's say gray 400, then we'll add a height to 4, width to 4, and save this one, and let's see how it looks. So I will just check. I think this is pretty good. You can just change this color to, let's say 500. Perfect. And I will just update this to 5 as well. Then we'll also give gap to, let's say 4, so some space between this all of these options. Beautiful. The last option is has this background, so we can change this to, let's say button, and then simply I'm going to wrap it inside this button. And obviously I think we need to change this size, so here we'll say text white, and for this flex I will make item to be in the center, so all item will be in the center of the screen. Now between this logo and this text box, make sure to give some margin. So we'll say margin top to, let's say, 10. So some space, I don't know why it's not applied. Oh, so we give to this wrong one. Make sure to apply to this parent div, and that's how our UI will look like. Okay, simple, clean. Now you can add this option as well. I'm going to add it later on, which is available in the source code, so you can access that one as well. Now next important part which I wanted to show you is to this pick this image. See, okay, that also you can add it, that I'm going to tell you. Also when you hover on this one, you will see this color, background color getting changed, the hover effect. That you can add it by just wrapping this inside the button tag, okay, each icon, and then you can simply add a variant as ghost. Okay, so this button has a variant as a ghost. Once you add that one, see, you will see this background. So you can add it for all of them. And when user click on this model section, we want to show this drop down. Now in order to add a drop down, you have different options. Let me show you. So simply go to the shared CN, and inside the shared CN you will see this menu bar option, or not menu bar, but just go to this drop down menu, and if you see, this is option will come up. Okay, so this is the one option. Or you can also use an component called popover, so which will open something like this. Okay, I will prefer in this case a drop down menu, because we have just simple list, and in that one we can show all of this option as well. So in order to use this, first let's import this drop down menu component. After this we need to import this, and then we'll use this example. And for this button click we want to open this, so I will just put this drop down menu, and then I will copy this, and here we have this trigger, right? Now trigger which will help us to open this drop down option, so I added this trigger, save it, and then if I go over here, obviously here you will not see it, but on the click of it, boom, we got this option. How beautiful. Now in order to add all of these options, right, we are going to use an AI model from the openrouter.ai, which provide you various different AI model from the various different providers, which under one single API endpoint. And that's the reason we are going to use OpenRouter. Second important thing, that you will find many of these AI models for free, okay, which you can use it. For example, let's search Gemini AI model, and if you want to use the free one, you will see that you can get the free one as well, which cost completely $0. You don't need to pay it. But still, if you want to use any model which give you the exact price of that AI model, they are not taking any commission. You can just add a credits, and then you can use it. You have both the option, guys. Okay, you can use any of them, whichever you want. Now currently we are focusing just to display this AI model, so you can select the AI model which you want and just display it. Now inside our application, I'm going to add a new folder called services. Okay, and inside the services we'll create a new file called shared.jsx, in which we can add all the constant which is going to shade across the application. Here we'll add export constant AI models option, and inside this we'll add object list. First we'll say ID, then name of the model. Let's say I will use this one, sonar. Okay, so here we'll say sonar. Then you can add a small description similar like this one. Here we'll say Perplexity fast model. Okay, and the last option, we can add the model just we'll say model, okay, which will model API, and that API we can add it later on. I'm going to tell you how to add it, but make sure to add this object with these fields. Now I added the remaining one, okay, with a name, description, ID, and then we'll update this model API later on. Once we add that, go to the chart input box where we have this drop down and where we want to show it. So here I will keep this for now, okay, or just comment this out for some time. And here we're going to use this particular object, so AI model options. So here you can directly use AI model options. Now we are able to import this particular object list because we make sure to export this particular option. So once you export it, so that you can use it in any component, and over here we'll say map dot model comma index and the arrow function. Inside this I'm gonna add a drop down menu. So here we'll say drop down menu item, and inside that we'll add a div, we'll add a h2 tag to show the model name, and below that we'll add a model dot description. Now we don't want this drop down menu item, I will remove it and then save it. For this menu item we'll add a key as an index, and if I go back you will see all of these options. Now for this p tag we'll make sure to add this XS, and we'll add a margin bottom to, let's say, 1, so some space. See, for this h2 tag as well we'll make a text smaller, okay, that's look good to me, which is quite similar to what we have. Okay, you can even increase this size, okay, if you want. I will keep it for now as it is. So that's how guys you can add it for the remaining one. Okay, I will add it in the source code if you want to access it, but if you have any question until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now let's implement the authentication part for our application. We have this sign in and sign up button where it will redirect you to the sign in page where user can add option to log in with a Gmail or email as well. And for that one we are going to use simply Clerk authentication. Clerk is one of the best authentication service provider and very easy to use as well. So simply go to the clerk.com, go to the dashboard. If you don't have any application created, simply you have option to create a new application. On this one, give the application name, and then you can enable whichever option you want. So in this case I enable Google, you can enable Facebook as well, and email, and simply create the application. On the right hand side you saw the preview that how it actually gonna look like. You don't need to add any sign in or sign up UI, okay, automatically Clerk will take care of that one. Now the next important part, we need to install this Next.js Clerk Next.js SDK. So I will simply make sure to install it. Then we need to set up this environment key, so we'll copy this both the environment key, and inside our .env.local file we'll add that. Now obviously if you don't have, make sure to create a new, so we'll say .env.local and simply add it and save it. After this we need to add this middleware. Now middleware is very powerful functionality which is provided by Next.js, which will help us to protect your pages from unauthorized user. So we'll copy this file name, and inside the root directory we want to create it. Make sure to change this to a JS, and then copy all the content as it is and gonna simply paste it here. Okay, next we need to wrap our application inside the Clerk provider. Okay, so copy this Clerk provider, go to your root layout file, and then I'm gonna wrap it complete application. So we are just making sure our complete application is now secured and authenticated with the help of Clerk. Make sure to import this Clerk provider as well, And now if I go to this localhost, obviously you will not see anything and you can able to access it without any problem, because right now we did not added which route we want, public or private. Okay, we'll do in a moment. But if you go to this continue to the Next.js guide, you will find more option. Now you can build your own custom sign in and sign up page as well, and that's what we are going to add it now. So simply copy this complete route and then go to this app folder. Inside this I'm gonna create a new folder called auth and make sure to give the with a circular braces. Okay, so it will not consider as a route, and simply paste this complete path. Now it automatically create a folder for you and the file as well. Then copy this content and then paste it and save it. Same thing you have to do for the sign in and sign up page as well. So if you go to this quick starter guide here, you will find it. Okay, now for the sign up screen it's similar, just the folder name is a sign up. So I will just copy that and then inside this auth we'll paste it. I will change this to JSX and copy this content as well and simply paste it, save it. After this we have to make sure we'll add this route. Okay, and we'll make this public route. So I will copy this middleware as it is. If you observe, we make this route as a public and then we will make sure it is protected, all other routes are protected. So I will copy that and then let me close all of this tab, open the middleware file and simply paste it here. After this we need to add this sign in and sign up. So if I go back here as well, if you see for the sign in we have this environment keys which we want to add, and for a sign up we just need to add sign up. Okay, and then save it, and I think that's all we needed. Now if I go to this localhost 3000, you will see it asking me to sign in, right? And obviously we don't want the home screen to be authenticated. So what you can do, simply go to the middleware.js and inside this one you can add the home screen as a public route. Now if you go to the localhost 3000, see it is not asking anymore. Okay, so that's how you need to implement. The next part, on the click of this sign up, we want to redirect it or open the sign in screen or sign up screen. So simply go to this app sidebar where we added this sign up button, and here we need to add a user the sign up button. Okay, now this sign up button is provided by the clerk only. Okay, and if you see it's provided by clerk, make sure to import that and then simply wrap your button inside this sign up button component. Then here you can add a property called mode, and here you have two options. Either you can redirect it to that sign in or sign up page, or you can use a model. Now if I click on model and click on this sign up, boom, it will show you this beautiful model similar like a Perplexity application. Okay, but if you want to customize this one, you can even customize it. Okay, so you can add your own UI components and everything. Now this bottom part you might see is a development mode, because currently the clerk is in the development mode. Okay, and you can switch it to the production instance as well. That I'm going to tell you at the end of this tutorial how to do it. But for now I hope you understand how easily we can add this sign in and sign up screen. Now also make sure for the sign in, right, we need to route it to the sign in screen. So over here I make sure to add the part as a slash sign in. Then if I go to this click on sign in, you will see this model over here, right? But we want in the center of the screen. So for that one we have to make sure we'll add some styling over here. So simply I'm gonna add a div and we'll wrap this in a div actually. Then in the class name we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, justify in the center, and then height to screen. So it will be in the center of the screen. Obviously I think we need to give the width to be full. and just mark it with full, and then it will be in the center. Okay, same thing we have to do it for the sign up. So I will just copy everything similar, and then here I will just replace this to a sign up. Now even though you can go to this sign up from this page, see it's still on in the center of the screen. So that's how you have to implement it. And now simply you can select the account, and then you can easily log in with a Gmail or Facebook account, as well as obviously you have option to log in with the email, and boom, now you are sign in to the Perplexity application as well. Now once you sign in, at the bottom side if you see we have this footer right for the sidebar. Here we can add the similar option like the user profile option selection, right? So simply I'm going to close this tab for now, and go to this app sidebar, and inside the footer, right, maybe after this one you can add user button, something like this. Now make sure it is in the div tag, and this user button component is importing from the clerk again. Now if you go back to our application, you will see this user button. Obviously make sure it will be after this button only. So I will make this flex, and we'll make flex column, and here we go. Okay, where you have option to manage your account, sign out and everything. Now inside the manage account, if you open it, you will see this model where you have option to add a profile, security, but the interesting thing, you can add your own custom option as well. Okay, so that also we're gonna learn, and I'm gonna just add some space. So maybe over here you can give margin bottom to, let's say, 3. Perfect. Okay, so that's how guys you can implement this authentication with the help of clerk. Now in order to log out, right, we have to make sure user is not sign in. Right now once user is sign in, you can see this button and still the sign up button is displaying on the screen, but we have to make sure we have to hide it. Now in order to hide it, make sure to add this use user hook from the clerk. Okay, so it is importing from the clerk, so it will return you the user information, and with the help of that you can just check it. So over here where we have this sign up button, I'm going to add a condition. If user is not there, then show this sign up button, otherwise you can add the sign out button, something like this. Here I'm going to use this button again, and then close it. Over here we'll say a logout. Okay, it might be little different from the what it actually have, but the way we want to implement, you can implement like that only. And if you see, now we have this logout button as well. Now it's time to add a database for our application, and for that one we are going to use a Supabase. As Supabase is very easy to integrate, and that's the reason we are using, as again it's a free to use as well. Now simply go to the supabase.com, sign up or sign in if you don't have an account, and then on the dashboard here you have option to create a new project. Here give the project name, AI clone, and then you can add a password as well, whichever password you want to add, and then simply create a new project. Once you create, you land on this page, and obviously you will explore all the options which you want, but here you have option to create a new table. Now before that we need to connect this Supabase with our application. So simply go to the search it on Google like Supabase.js, which is the JavaScript client library for the Supabase. Simply if you see, this is the command in order to install it. So I'm gonna install this Supabase inside our application. Once it is installed, you need to define the client. So we need to say create client, and in that one you need to provide a Supabase database URL along with the key. So simply copy this, then inside our config folder, I don't think so we created one, so maybe we can add it inside the services folder. Here I'm gonna add a new file. We can call it as a supabase.jsx. Then paste the code which you just copied and make sure to export this supabase so that you can use it. Then you need to replace this URL. Okay, so this URL you can find it inside the supabase. So simply go to the supabase, go to the settings, and inside the setting you will see the database option. Here maybe you can go to this data API instead of database, and here you will find the URL. Copy this URL as it is, and inside this .env.local file we can add next_public_supabase URL and paste it. Now make sure whenever you give the environment name which you want to use on the client side, it should start with the next_public. But if you are using on the server side, so you don't need to add it. Now once you mention, make sure to pass it. So we'll say process.env and then this key. Also you need to add this key as well. So this key you will find it here. Just copy that, and inside this .env we'll paste it. And here I'm gonna add it like process.env and the key, and simply save it. So that's how easily you can create the Supabase client where you can now use it in anywhere inside the application. Now let's head back to the Supabase and go to the table editor. Here we're gonna add a new table. We can call it as a users. You can add description if you want. Now already we have the ID column created, but and also created add. We can keep as it is, but here I'm gonna add few more column. So first we'll add a name. Here I'm gonna give the type as a varchar. So that is a you can store the string, integer, whatever you want, because we provide it as a varchar. Then another column for email. Again, it has a type varchar. If you want to save the user picture, you can save it. I'm not gonna save because which we are getting from the user clerk, so we can directly use that one. The most important, you can add the credits, okay, of type integer, and okay, so here I will put int 8, and you can provide the default value as well. Let's say you want to provide default value. Let's say I will say 5,000 tokens, okay, and if you want to add a payment gateway, here we can add a subscription ID, and that is again you can keep a type varchar, and default you can put it null. Okay, so for now I will keep this column only and simply save it. Now once you save, you will see this column will get added to the Supabase table, Supabase database, sorry. Now it's still saying adding 6 users, and boom, if you see we have this all the column ready. Now obviously you have option to insert a row directly from here as well, but now obviously we want to insert it whenever user log into our application. So simply go back to your app inside the VS Code, and then inside this app folder I'm going to add a new file called provider.jsx. Now this file or this provider we can keep on the client side, and then we can keep this layout on the server side. Here make sure to pass the children, something like this. Now go to the layout.js, and then you need to pass this children through this provider. So we'll say provider, and then simply pass it. Okay, now inside the provider I will make this provider on the client side, so you have to mark or write some just use client. So this now component will be on the client side. Next thing, in order to get the user information once user is login, you can get it with the help of use user hook from the clerk. Then we'll create a new method. We'll say create new user. Now inside the create new user, first we need to check if user is already exist, okay, because this is very important, otherwise it will install multiple records, right, with the same email. So that we have to make sure. So in order to check if user is already exist or not, you need to write a Supabase query. Okay, so what I will do, I will just head back to the Supabase. Inside that you will find that API doc, and simply you will find all the documentation. It's very easy, and just you can copy and paste it. So over here, go to the insert row, or sorry, the select row. So we'll say read row because we want to check or fetch the data first. Okay, and then copy this line of code. So over here, I'm gonna paste it. So it will return the data, sorry, users, and here we use await. So I will make this as async. Make sure to import this Supabase. Now if you see, this Supabase is importing from our services folder, and then we pass the table name. We are selecting all the columns, but here don't forget to pass a filter query. Okay, now filter query is kind of weird query because we want to check the condition, and here you will find and different option, right? So if you see, we have equal to, greater than, and everything. So we need to match with this equal to. So we'll say dot equal, then with the column email and the user with the user email. So we'll get the user email using user dot primary email address dot email address, and then save it. Now here, if you want, you can console this one as well. Now if I head back, let me close. If you see this, our layout changes little bit because we use the provider. So go to the provider for this div, just mark it as a width full, and then it will fix it. Okay, let's go head back to the Supabase tables. Okay, and before making any API call, make sure to disable this RLS policy. Okay, because we are not using the Supabase authentication, so we really don't need this one. So I will just disable this RLS and say confirm. Okay, it's not really affecting anything, just it will little bit decrease the security, but we already have the configuration added inside our application. Now inside the database, sorry, table editor, right now if you see, we don't have any records. So also, after once we get the user information, here we'll say if users is not there. So we'll say if users dot length is equal to 0, means user, we don't have any user with that email ID. Then we're gonna insert a new record. Now to insert it, simply go to this API doc, and then you will find this insert row. Okay, copy this example and simply paste it here. Now it just using the Supabase, the table name, and then the column and along with the field in which you want to insert. So that's how you can add it. Okay, so over here I will say name, and that name you can get it from the Supabase dot, sorry, not Supabase, user dot name, user dot full name. Then we also want to insert the email. We'll say user dot primary email dot email, and that's how you can insert it. Perfect. Now over here, obviously, if user is not exist, then we are inserting it, and once we get the data, we want to save that one as well. But for now, I'm gonna just console the result. So here we'll say data, and here we'll say users. Okay, so you'll get to know, and then save it. Now this particular method we want to call once this component get load and whenever the user information is available. So inside the use effect, I will pass the users user, okay, and then say if user is there, then only call this create new user method. Now let's save everything, go back to our application. Inside the inspect panel, because we are just consoling, you will see the first is saying 0 because we don't have any information, and in array1 because we are inserting a record. And if you see the line number 34, it means this one, right? So it means our user information get inserted successfully, and then it will return the inserted record information along with the ID and created ad. And if I go to our table, here you will see the new record get inserted. Beautiful. Now even though if you refresh your screen, it will not insert, it will just return us the data, and which is line on line 22 inside the provider.js, this one. That's because uh, we are simply fetching the data first and checking it, right? So that's the reason. So make sure to add it, and here you can just verify that the new record does not insert it. Now another important thing, you need this information throughout the application, right? And we need to save it at some state so that you can share it across a different component. So in order to do that, we are going to use a context. So in order to add a context, simply we'll create a folder called context, and inside that I'm going to create user detail context .jsx, which will hold the user information. Now here we'll say export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Okay, once you add this context, simply go to your provider.jsx file, and inside here you need to wrap your application inside this context. So over here we'll say user detail context dot provider, and then you need to provide a default value, and then simply wrap your application. Okay, now in order to provide a default value which we are getting from the database, we're gonna put it in some state. So we can call it as a user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state, and whenever we get the information we can simply add it. So inside the return, here I will just return this statement, and then we'll set the user detail with the data of 0th element because it will return the list. So make sure to do that, and otherwise we can simply use this one. Okay, so we'll say set user detail and users of 0th again element because we want to only add the first element, and save it. Okay, and then pass this user detail comma set user detail. Now you can not only get the user detail value in any other component, but you can also update it from any component, and automatically it will reflect through all the components because we use this context. So obviously the use of context we're going to implement later on in this particular course. You will learn how to use this context, how to update it, and lot of other information. But until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now let's understand how Perplexity works. Okay, so it is very important to understand and so that we can easily implement it. So very first thing, where user enter the input or search any query on the Perplexity, we're gonna save that user information to our library table into the Supabase, and then we are going to search related to that article on a real time like Google search. Okay, but obviously we want to search it through our app, so that we need to use some API like Google Search API or Bravo, which will give you the latest updates. And obviously if you user want to get a today's news, you cannot find it on the ChatGPT or Gemini or other AI model, but you can do it on Perplexity because they are searching in a real time. Okay, so obviously we need to use a search API to get the information. Once we get the search API, obviously with that result and with the help of AI LLM model, we need to summarize it to get the proper output. And for the LLM model, we are going to use ChatGPT, Gemini, DeepSeek, and other AI model as well. Once we have everything set up, then we're gonna add a citation as well for each of the summarization paragraph, and then we're gonna display the result. That is how the Perplexity works. That is why it is different from other AI chart model or text model. Okay, so this is very straightforward and very easy to implement. Just follow this tutorial so that you will get to know how to implement it step by step. Okay, now first thing first, as when user enter the input, we need to save it to a library table. So we're gonna create this library table into our Supabase. So simply go to the Supabase, and inside the table editor we're gonna add a new table. So we'll say new table, give the name. Here we have ID created add. Along with that one we need to add some column. So here we'll give the search input, then it is of type you can add a text actually, okay, because it might be a longer, and the default value we're gonna keep it as a null. Then we need to also add the user ID or user email. So here we'll say user email who entered this particular record. So it is of type varchar. Okay, obviously we're gonna connect this to our users table as well, that I'm gonna tell you how to do it. But for now, I hope this is very straightforward and small table. Okay, obviously if you want to add more column later on, we can add it. Let's save this one. And after adding these 4 column, we have to make sure you will disable the RLS. Now after creating this, I will just go to this RLS, will disable this one, and then it's ready to use. Perfect. Now in order to connect these both the columns together, first let's go to the user table and we need to edit this email column because this is our unique column, right? Here first I will make this as a primary key, okay, and you can even make this as a unique as well. Then simply save it. Once you make this column as a primary and a unique, then simply go to the library, edit this user email column and mark this as a foreign key. Then you have to select the schema, select the table to which you want to connect, and from this current table or from the library user email column, we need to connect to this user email column, okay, and then simply save it. Now once you save, obviously if you see it's showing it's a link, and this is the primary key, this is the foreign key. Perfect. Now let's head back to our VS Code. Here we'll close all of this tab for now and simply go to our components chart input box, and here I'm gonna add a new state. So we'll say constant user search input comma set user search input is equal to use state. Now whenever user enter any value, right, we need to save in a state. So that's the reason we added this state to hold that value. And here we have this input field. I'm going to add onChange method, and which will emit the event e, and simply will set the user input value with e dot target dot value. Same thing we are going to do it for this research input as well, and then save it. Now here obviously we need to know which one is the search query and which one is the research query. So here you can also pass a type as a search, and for here you can also pass type as a research. Okay, now obviously you can also save those two value into our database. Obviously we don't have a column, so just add a new column. We'll call as a in search, or we'll just add a type, okay, of type varchar, and then simply save it. Now we'll create a new method called constant on search query, and here we'll run add arrow function. Inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await, and then we'll use a supabase dot obviously we want to insert the record. So inside this API doc you will know in order to insert a row, you will see how it works. Okay, so inside this table you need to insert the column which you want to add. So simply we say in supabase from, then add a table name which is library, then insert, and inside this we need to add the column which you want to add. So I will just go over here, and the first column which is a search input. Now for the search input we need to add this particular field as user search input. Then we want to add a user email. Now this user email you can get it from the our context, or you can simply get it from the users. So we'll say use users, and then we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. and then the status, or we have a type, not status but type, and the type is obviously on the click we can get the type. Okay, so over here we did some mistake because in the state we just want to save the user search input, right? So here we don't need to, we cannot pass this value, so just remove this value, and you can hold that type value in different states. So we'll say search type comma set search type is equal to use state, and by default it will be just a search. Then simply we're going to pass this search type. Here we are using await, then let's make this as async, and in order to update this search type on the click of tab, you can just simply add on click method to each of this tab. So here we'll say set search input to search, and for the research as well. Perfect. Okay, so it will save both the value, and then once we have insert all the row, here we'll say select, and inside the console you can just return the result as well. Perfect. Now this on search query we need to call on the click of the button. Okay, so over here if I go back to our application, when you start typing we need to update this button, okay, with some arrow, which can be an enter arrow, something like this. So here we'll say if not user input, user search input, then show the audio lines, otherwise you can add right, or we'll have arrow right, and I'm going to provide a same class name. Okay, and let me show you the magic. Now if I refresh the screen once, and if I type something, you will see it's get changed immediately. Okay, now on the click of it we have to make sure we'll call this on search query. So simply we're gonna connect to this arrow right, or you can just add on click method, and inside this on click method obviously we're gonna write a condition. If user search input, then we're gonna call this on search query, otherwise we'll keep it as a null. Okay, and then save everything. Now let's test this out. Also, once it is saved, we want to redirect to new screen, that we'll see in a moment, but first we'll check whether it is saving inside our database or not. So here I'm going to search, for example, Tube Guruji YouTube. Okay, and inside the inspect panel you will see the result. Over here we'll say enter, and boom, if you see we got, okay, so right now we got an error, okay, and it's saying not found column. Okay, so maybe we made some mistake regarding this column. Okay, so spelling is incorrect, so this need to be a library, and save it, and let's try it now. And now in this case, if you see the data, we got the return statement, here we have the result which is inserted to our Supabase, and if I go back to this Supabase, that's where it's not get inserted. Oh, I think I need to refresh. After refresh, if you see, we have the search input, the user's email, and here you will see the reference record, okay, which is related or connected to this user table, and the type as well. Beautiful. Okay, now once we executed this one, right, because inside the data we have this result, then we need to redirect it to this new screen. But one more important thing we want to do it is to add a unique record ID for each of them. So obviously in order to generate a unique record ID, we're going to use a different unique global identification library which will generate a unique ID. You can even use this ID, okay, but it is very common to guess it. So that's the reason I'm going to use UUID v4. Now this is a library which will generate a unique it's saying no longer is deprecated, but it's working as per I know. Okay, so just copy this or install this UUID v4, and once it is installed, you can generate a unique identification. Now obviously we want to save that one, so inside our Supabase I'm gonna add that new column, and here we'll say UID, not UID but or we can say library ID, lib ID. Okay, and everything is good. Here I'm gonna make it as a varchar and simply save it. Now once you made this one, obviously you can insert that too, and that you can generate over here. So we'll say lib id is equal to UUID v4. I will just copy this import, and after copy, here we're gonna simply use as UUID v4. Okay, perfect, and then it will generate lib id, that we're gonna save that too, and then save it. Now let's try another query. So here we'll say today's news, and after that if you execute it, you will see inside the data we got the result. Okay, now you can even restructure this one to something like data, so it will just return the data, and inside the 0th element you will find the inserted information. Now over here I'm gonna maintain a loading state. Okay, initially it will be false. When you start a searching query, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it is finished, we'll set the loading as a false. Whenever the loading is true, we're gonna simply disable this arrow right button. So over here we'll say disable, and I'm gonna add whenever the loading is true, that then only disable this arrow right. Okay, I think everything is good, and we are also able to save the search query. Now after the first part, as we save the user input, now let's move to the second step, which is and search an article related to the user input. And obviously we need to use an search API that I'm going to tell you which one we can use it for free, and then whatever the response we will get, we can save that one too. But before that, obviously we need to redirect it to the new screen, and this is how it will look like, where we have this header with some basic information, then the query which user search, and the different tab for answer, image, video, sources. Okay, and then we're gonna show actual result. So this is very important, guys. So first we need to create a new page, and let's go back to our application. Inside this app folder, I'm gonna keep all the routes in a one folder, so we can call it as a routes, and then inside that we'll create a new folder called search. Inside this search, we'll create a dynamic route we'll call lib id, okay, which is library id, and then we'll create a page.jsx. Let's add a default template, and here we'll say search or display result. We'll say search query result, and then save it. Now the reason that we created this dynamic route, because anytime when you just search a query, right, we are generating a unique library ID, and it can be anything, right? So every time this route gonna change, and depends on this one, we're gonna run all our query, we're gonna fetch the database records and everything, right? So that's the reason we need to pass it as a dynamic value, and that's the reason we created this dynamic route. Now once you are on this search query result, we'll get the basic information. So we need to get a lib id using the use params. Okay, so we have a hook called use params, which will give us this lib id. Now before that, let's go to this page.js. Inside this chart input box, when you save this information, we need to redirect this, right? So we need to define a router first so that we can programmatically navigate. Now make sure to import this use router hook from the next/navigation. And once you add it, simply I will say router dot push, and then we need to navigate it. So it is on workspace, it is in the search slash and the lib id which we already have, so that I'm going to pass and then save it. Okay, now let's test this out. Also I'm going to console this lib id inside this page, so inside the console you can observe whether we are getting or not. So simply go to our page, and here I will search something, let's say Tube Guruji YouTube, and click enter or press this button, and now you see it redirect it. But right now we are getting this perfect redirection with this ID as well, but we are getting this error. That's because we are using the hook, but we need to make sure this particular page is on the client side and save it. And now if you see, we are successfully redirect to the search query result screen, and inside the console you will see this parameter id as well, or the lib id. Okay, now this lib id we're gonna use it to fetch the data from our database. So over here depends on the which lib id you are saving, we need to get it. Okay, so let's head back to our app, and over here I'm gonna write a method called constant get search query record and the arrow function. Inside that, in order to fetch it, right, simply go to this Supabase, go to this API doc, and we want to read a row, so we'll simply copy this example and then paste it. Make sure to import this Supabase, and then here we are using await, make it async. Now once you select, here we need to add a condition as well, so we'll say equal, and then on which column you want to apply the condition, so on lib id column, and then we're gonna pass our lib id. Once we get the result, we'll say console.log data, in this case is library, I think, yeah, and we want to display the 0th element, so we'll say 0th. Now this get search query we need to call inside the use effect whenever we get this or this lib id, or maybe whenever this component get load, we're gonna execute this get search query record. Now if I head back to our application, inside the inspect panel, we'll just simply see inside the console we got the not here, but over here if you see on line number 23, that's just okay, so this is the correct one, sorry, my bad, the name is similar. So over here if you see, we got this id, lib id, search input, and type username. Now depends on the search input, we are going to get or search on the API side, but before that let's implement the UI. So on the top we have the header and then this tab as well, so we'll implement that first. So inside this lib id folder, I'm going to create a new folder called components, and all the components related to the screen I'm going to keep inside this folder. Over here we'll say header.jsx file, add a default template, and simply import this header inside this page. Then to this header I'm going to pass this library data, so let's save it in a state. So we'll say search input comma or search input record comma set search input record is equal to use state, and then we're gonna save this first record. So here we'll simply say set search input record to library of 0th. Perfect. Now once you save, make sure to pass it. So I will pass it as a search input record only, and inside the header make sure to accept it here. Okay, now first thing we're gonna show on the left hand side this user profile image. Now you can directly use the user button as well. Okay, they're very straightforward. from the clerk, we can use it. Then in the mid, after this we have this icon and the time. So let's wrap this in a div first. Then after this we want to add another div. We don't need it actually, just add a clock icon, or let's add a div, it's better. And then we'll add a clock icon. After this we want to show when these particular things get created. Okay, so it's saying, see, 11 seconds ago, right? So for us we're gonna say search input record dot created at. Okay, now this column we already have inside our database. So if I go to the database, you will see this created at, and then save it. Now if I go back to our app, you will see this created at, but this format is not correct, right? We don't want this particular format. So in order to format any dates, we need one library called npm I moment. Okay, so you can go to this web and search moment.js, then you will find all the documentation for that one. Now once you install, you just need to wrap your application under this, inside this moment library. Okay, pass this date which you want to format, and here we'll say from now. Once you did this, you will see now it's saying 6 minutes ago. How cool, right? Perfect. Now let's add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center, so it will be in the one line. Obviously for these two thing, icon and the s2 tag, we also need to do same thing. So we'll say gap of 1 only, item to be in the center. Now for this clock, I'm gonna add a height to 5, width to 5, and text gray 500. And for this s2 tag, we'll say text smaller and text gray 500, and save it. Perfect. Next, for this div, we'll add a padding to 4, and we'll also add some shadow bottom, or we'll add just a border actually, border bottom. So we'll see this border as well. Perfect. Now on the right hand side, if you see, we have these buttons, share and link button. So I'm gonna add that too. So after this div, we'll add another div, one button for the link. So we'll just add the link icon, and then we'll use another button, and this button basically used for the what we can call share. So I will add a share icon first, or we can say send icon, that will be easy and beautiful actually. And here we'll say share, and then save it. Now for this div, we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, give gap of let's say 3, and save it. Perfect. And now let's bring everything in one line. So for this parent div, we'll make it flex, and we'll say justify between, so it will be automatically on the right hand side. See, and now in the center of the header, we want to show the user input topic. So basically over here I'm gonna add a h2 tag, and we'll simply use search input record dot search input, and save it. And this is how it will look like. Obviously for this one, we'll make item to be in the center, so everything will be in the one line, and here we have the text. Next, for this h2 tag, we'll add a class name, and we'll say line clamp. Sometimes the input might be a bigger, right? So we want to be in the one line, and also we'll give a maximum width of medium, so we don't want too large. Okay, so if you get extended, it automatically cut it out. Okay, so that's what we wanted, and that's how our header is now ready. After this, we simply want to add this user input text. Okay, so I will create a new component under the component, and we can call it as a display result dot jsx. Let's add a default template and make sure to import this after header. So we'll say display result. to this display result, obviously we need to send this input as well. So over here, make sure to accept this search input record and save. Now first we'll add a class name, we'll give margin top to 7, and then we can add s2 tag with search input record dot search input. Then for this s2 tag we'll add a font medium and text is of 3XL. Also we'll do a line clamp to 2, so its maximum show 2 lines, otherwise it will trunk it out automatically. Perfect. Now depends on the screen size, we need to give a padding as well. So inside this page.jsx, I'm going to wrap this in a div tag, and for this div tag we'll add a class name, we'll say padding x to let's say 10. On medium screen we'll give padding x to 20. On large screen we give padding x to let's say 36. On Excel we give padding x to 56. Okay, so depends on the screen size, we'll give the padding, and I'm gonna little bit give margin top as well. So we'll say margin top to 20. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you need to add it. And after this we want to add a tab. Now adding a tab might be a complex task. You can use any differentiation tab component as well, but you want to implement similar like this one, then simply go to our eraser doc. Okay, I'm going to share the link, and here I added this simple code. First I'm going to define all of this tab along with the lucid icon. So at the top let's define these tabs, and then I'm gonna copy this code which is the UI for this tab. Okay, so simply inside the display result let's add that, and after pasting you will see this tab. Just use this code, okay, which is available completely for free. Now make sure to import this all the icons. Okay, that is also important. So if I go to the I by mistakenly put this tab option over here, make sure you'll add it inside the display result, and then I will just remove this empty space and make sure to import this. So these all icon are from the lucid. Okay, so once you add this, make sure you don't have any other error. If you have any other error, make sure to resolve. Now you also need to mention the active tab state, okay, if it's not there. So inside the display result we'll define this active tab, set active tab is equal to use state, and initially I'm going to add the active tab as an answer. And boom, if you see how beautiful these tab are looking, which is similar like this Perplexity UI. See, so make sure to add that. Now depends on this selection, we need to switch the, or we need to display that specific component, right? So over here I'm gonna add a div, and inside that we'll say if active tab is equal to answer, then we're going to show another component, and here we'll say answer display dot jsx. Here we'll add a default template and then show this component. So here we'll say answer display, otherwise null. But obviously we're gonna display all of this like images, videos, sources, everything we're gonna going to display. So we're gonna make a different component for each of them. But for now we just added one component because we are focusing currently on the answer part. Now in order to integrate the search API, we are going to use a Brave API. Brave API will provide you the Google search like functionality, and it has the API, and most important, it's free to use. It's similar to the Google search API, and that also you can use it. It's an option. If you want to know how to use a Google search API inside this application, let me know in the comment section and I will add it in our source code as well. But right now let's simply go to this brave.com. I will keep the link in the description. Then over here you can see the pricing as well, how much it costs for the API, right? But the most important, you will get 2000 API credits for a free. So you can make up to 2000 query per month, but it's very cheap. So you can make an extra call. If you want to buy more credit, you can buy that one as well. Now simply just create a new account, and then once you log in, you will jump onto the dashboard. Now in order to get the API key, you will see this, we have an option on the dashboard called API key. Here you might need to connect your credit card information. They will not charge you, so don't worry about that, because you are getting 2000 requests per month for a free. Okay, but if you don't have any credit card, then it will not generate the token, so make sure to get that. Otherwise you can try Google Search API as well. Now simply once you are on the search API, here you will see your all the usage inside the dashboard section, or simply in order to connect it, go to the documentation section. Here you will find how to integrate and how to use it, and it's very easy, guys. This is the API endpoint that we need to call it, and then you need to pass a query along with the API token, and that's all. So let's do that. So first thing, let's go back to the VS Code. I will close all of this tab for now, and we are going to create an API. So inside this app folder, I'm going to add a new folder called API, and inside that we'll say Brave Search API. Okay, it's just a Brave Search API. I think that's E, I believe. Yeah, that's correct. And then make sure you will name it as a dot. It's a folder, so make sure it's a folder. Okay, so I will make sure to add a folder. Let me delete this file first, and then inside this we'll create a route.jsx. Now this is our endpoint called /API/Brave Search API. Then here we'll say export async function, and we'll say post request. Now from the request we need to get a user input, so we'll say constant user input, and then search type, whether it's a normal search or it's a research, and is equal to await request.json. So from the post request body, we're gonna get these two field value. Once we have the result, obviously we need to return it. So here we'll say next response.json, and then whatever the result we'll get, we'll just pass it. Now in order to make an API call, we need an HTTP client library called Axios. You can use a fetch as well if you are familiar with that one, or you can use this Axios library. Okay, just type a command npm i axios in order to install it. The reason that we are using, because it's very easy to integrate, and in order to pass a header body, it's quite easy with that. Now once you install this Axios, you need to make an API call to this particular endpoint. So copy this endpoint, and here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios.get. Here we need to make an get API call, pass this query, and to this query you need to pass user input as well. So this is the URL, right? And if you see, this is how the query we need to pass. So simply you want to write question mark q is equal to and the user input. So here we can write search input. So I will just replace this to a search input, and then after this you need to pass the header as well. Now this header value you can get it from here. So first we have accept, and then the type is application/JSON. So here we have accept, pass this application/JSON. Then the accept encoding that we need to pass with a gzip, something like this. And the last is very important, which is the subscription token. So this subscription token, I'm also going to add it, and here we need to pass an API token. Now this API token you can get it from the dashboard API keys. Now if you don't have, make sure to create add API key. If you have already, I will just copy that one, and simply inside .env.local file you can add Brave API key, and then I will paste this API key. Once you paste it, just pass it over here. So we'll say process.env dot the Brave API key and then save it. Now inside the result you can even console the result, okay, but inside the data you will get a result from this API endpoint and then just return that response, okay. Here make sure to add a condition. If we have the search input, then only make sure to call this API, otherwise you can return that we don't have the user input. So here we can call it as an error, please pass user search query, something like this, and save it. This is your API endpoint is now ready. Now inside your routes under the page.jsx, when we call when we get this search query record, we need to call that particular API endpoint. So inside the display result we already have the search input record. So over here we're gonna call a new method called constant get search API result is equal to async arrow function like this. Over here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post, and then we need to call our newly created endpoint, which is Brave API, or we need to Brave search API. So I will just verify once. So inside the app our API endpoint is Brave search API, that's perfect. And then inside the body we need to pass the where it is, let me save this one, and inside the route we have this search input and search type. So inside the search input we already have this search input inside the search input record, so we can get that. And for the search type we can again get it from the search input record dot type, and then we'll just console this result. So we'll say result dot data. Also I'm gonna console this inside the in the form of string, okay, something like this, and then save it. Now I'm returning like this because I don't want to make unnecessary API call once we get it, in order to test it locally, okay. So once we get this data we're gonna save it as a dummy response, and then we can use it in order to display the result. Inside the use effect we need to call this method. So whenever we have the search input record we're gonna simply call this method. So here we'll say and get search API result. This particular method we're gonna change it, okay, update this method, okay. Obviously this API call right now we are just making to test it, but later on we're gonna update it because it depends on couple of more factors that we will learn in the next video, or not next video but in next lecture, sorry, okay. So you will get to know about that, but for now let's test this out. So let's save everything and let's go back to our application. Over here I will refresh the screen, and inside the inspect panel if I go to the console here, if you see we got the response. Obviously we have the JSON response, and then we also have the string response. This API request is we are making to the Brave API, and this is returning the result. We have the mix, query, videos, web, and all the information. How cool. But let me show you all of this information one by one. Before that let's copy this all the response, and then we're gonna save it inside our services shared folder, okay. And at the bottom, and simply I'm going to use a constant search result is equal to, and then I'm gonna paste this result. I think we can paste like this only, perfect. And then you can simply make sure to format this one, and once you paste it you will see all of this information, okay. So inside that we have the query which we search it. After this we have the mix response, and here you will see the type, the index, and all. What I don't know what is all means, but the type which will return whether it's fetching from the web or video. Then after this we have the video. Obviously this information we are getting from the videos. Here we have all the results, and then we also have the result from the web. Here you will see the title, the URL, the profile contain the long name and the image of the platform, okay, and then over here you will see this description as well. That is also very important for us, okay. So all of this information we get it from the search API. Now one more important thing we need to pass to the our Brave API call is the number of results we want to get it. So that you can handle or you can pass the query directly. So inside this search API, if I scroll down, you will see this query parameter, and inside the query parameter you will see a different option. So the query, the country, the search language, you can search in a specific country as well, okay. Then we have other information as well, but here I'm gonna pass the count as a field, and right now I'm just passing a 5 count, okay. So it will only return us a 5 result. So after this search input, let's add and count is equal to, and then we'll say 5 and then save it. Now once we have all the result, okay, in order to avoid a unnecessary call, I'm going to comment this out, okay. So now it will not call this particular API endpoint, and later on we will learn how to call it and when to call this get search API result, okay. But right now once we have the result, we need to save in a state. So here we'll say constant search result is comma set search result is equal to use state. And over here, okay, maybe we can directly save it inside this. I will just get this name called search result, make sure to import for now. And once we have that, inside the under the answer section, right here we have this answer display, we need to pass it. If you see this mockup, inside this mockup you will find under the answer we are getting the result, and it will return where the actual source where this particular API fetching the result, right. So this source we need to pass. If you observe very carefully, we have the source platform icon, then the name of it and the description, okay. Let me show you the live example. So this is the live example, okay, on the Perplexity.ai. Here if you currently observe, we have the source image, the name of the source and some description which is in just 2 lines, see, okay. So that's how we need to implement in a horizontal way. So let's go back and simply once we have the search result, pass this search result to this answer display, something like this. Go to this answer display. Right now I will save this, and inside the answer display we'll get it something like this. Now next we just want to get a web result for now, okay, in order to display those options. So over here we'll say constant web result is equal to search result dot web dot result. So inside the web we again have the results, and then we need all of this list, and then save it. Now with this web result, let's add a div and let's display it. So we'll say web result dot map, here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Inside this again I will add a div, then inside the div we'll add another div in order to show the source image. So we'll use this image tag with the source. Inside that we'll say item, and in order to get the source image we have this profile, and inside the profile we have this img. So we'll use that. So we'll say item dot profile dot image. We'll provide a key as a index, and for alt tag, so here in alt tag I'm going to provide alt as a name, so profile dot name. So over here we'll say item dot profile dot name, okay, and then let's give width height. So for a width I will give it as a 20, and for a height I will also provide as a 20 only, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, right now we got an error. It's saying this particular host name is not configured. Now make sure in search shared, right, all of these images is these source images are from this particular host name, right? So you can check anywhere, see. Okay, so this host name we need to configure. So simply go to your next.config.mjs file, and whenever you use any third party host URL in order to display the image, make sure to configure that one under the next.config.mjs file. So inside the images you need to provide a domain list which you want to whitelist. Now once you save it, make sure to reload your application, and boom, if you see, we got these icons and everything beautiful. After this, we want to show the source name. So inside the h2 tag, I'm gonna add item dot profile. Again, from the profile, we need to get the long name dot long name. Now for this, we'll add a class name and we'll make text extra small. Now let's put all of these things in one line. So for this one, we'll add a class name and we'll make it flex to 2 and item to be in the center. Perfect. After this, we need to add the description. So inside the h2 tag, I will add item, and for the description, if you see, we already have this description at the top level. So we'll say just item dot description. For this one, we'll add a class name, and I will make sure we'll just show only first 2 lines, and we'll make a text to be black and text extra small. See, now we want that in a horizontal way, and also we need to add some background. So for this div, I will add a class name. Here we'll add a padding to 3 and background color as the accent. We'll also make a rounded large, and let's see how it looks. Perfect. After this, we're gonna provide some specific width. So width 200 pixel. Then save this one. Let's add a cursor pointer. So whenever we hover on it, perfect. And in order to bring everything in one line, simply for this div, we'll add a class name, and then we'll make it flex gap to, let's say, 2, and then we'll also do the flex wrap. Okay, add some margin top to 5, and perfect. So that's how it's gonna show the sources for you. Now whenever you hover and on the click, we want to open it on a new tab with that particular source. So we'll add a hover effect for this div. So on a hover, we'll change the background. I'm gonna add a custom hex code. Okay, so here we have this particular code that I'm going to use, and save this one. So whenever we hover, you will see this color getting changed. And let's add an on click method. So maybe for this div, we'll say on click, and we'll directly open in a new tab. So we'll say window.open. Then here you need to provide the source URL of it, and this URL you will find over here inside the profile. Okay, so everywhere we have this dedicated URL that you can use it. So we'll simply say item.url and then open in a new tab and save it. Now if I go back, and if you want to open any of this, click on it, boom, it opened that particular source. So this is how Perplexity works, guys. Now once we have the search data, this search data we're gonna use it to pass it to the LLM model to get an proper formatted answer for us. But if you have any question, any doubt regarding this search API, let me know in the comment section, or you can reach out to me on my Discord channel. Now once we get the result, we wanted to save it to a database. So obviously we are not gonna save all of the search API result which we are getting, but we are just saving some of the information which we really needed. So for that one, first we'll go to the Supabase, and where we need to create a new table. So over here inside the Supabase, I will add a new table, and we can give a name called charts. Then under this one we need to use a lib id, okay, and that is of varchar Then we wanted to save the search result. That can be a JSON data, or you can put it on any data, but I will put it as a JSON data. After this, we also wanted to save the AI response. So I will say AI response, and that is of type I will say text only, okay, because it's a big data. And for now, I think that's all we needed. If we need, we can add that column and simply save it. Now, once you save, we have to make sure this lib id column we are going to connect to the library id, okay, so that both the column are in the sync. So simply go to the library, and inside the library, we'll edit this lib id column. Then we're gonna make this as a primary key, and simply if you can make this unique, you can, okay. So obviously every time when you add the unique identification number, it will be a unique only, okay. So right now we got an error, okay, so I will just discard it for now. And if you see, we have this first record with a null, so I will just delete this record, and then we are gonna edit that particular column. So now we'll make this primary, unique, and then save it. After adding it as a primary key, now go to the charts, and then we're gonna edit this lib id as well, and we can mark this as a foreign key. So here I will add as a foreign key, select the column which you want to connect, and then select the table and the column, and then simply save it. Once you save it, you are ready to go. Now we'll go ahead back to our VS Code, where once we generate this API result, we want to save it. So first I will format that result in a specific structure. So here we'll say formatted result is equal to, here I will say constant search response is equal to result dot data, and then formatted search response I will say is equal to, we'll say search response, and then from here we'll get the web. So we'll simply say search response dot web dot results, okay, and then we're gonna simply map all of this field. So here we'll say map, then we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Now inside that, whatever the object you want to map, you can just mention inside this formatted search response. So first will be the title, which we can get it from the item dot title. Then we have the description. Now this description, if you see this response from the search API, it is inside the root fields only, so description only, okay. So here we'll say item dot description. Then we want a long name. This long name we can get it from this, so it is inside the profile. So we'll say item dot profile dot long name, and similar way you can map other field. So in this case we'll say item dot profile dot image, then URL will be item dot URL, and then we have the another field called thumbnail. Now this thumbnail you can get it from this thumbnail object as item dot thumbnail dot source, okay. Now also make sure you will add this optional operator field. Sometimes if the result is not there, our response or our formatting will not fail, and then save it. Once you add that, obviously we'll get the formatted search response. You can console this one as well. And for a testing purpose, what we can do, for now I will just comment this code, and we're going to use our hard coded search result, okay, just for the testing purpose to avoid unnecessary API call. And here I'm going to use this search result, save it, and make sure to call this search API result. So maybe you can call like this and save it. Now if I go back to our application, I will make sure to refresh this once, go to the inspect panel, and inside the console you will see the formatted result. Now this is according to our requirements. Okay, so you don't need to write all this or access this each of the fields, something like this. Okay, so this format response will help us. Now this format response we want to save to our database. So in order to insert a new record to the Supabase, go to the Supabase API doc and I will click on this insert row, copy this example and simply paste it here. Now make sure to import the Supabase, then the table name which is chat, and then the column which you want to insert. So in our case we want to insert the lib id and the search result. So in our case lib id is nothing but we need to get from the parameter. So you can even get it directly inside this component as well. So we'll say lib id is equal to use params. So you don't need to pass from the parent, you can access directly inside the children component. And here we'll say lib id as lib id and the next another column which is the search result. And for the search result we have this formatted search response that I'm going to save it. Once you get the response you can console.log the data and then save it. Now let's test this out. So I will go to our application and just refresh this, and right now if you see we got an error. Okay, so that's because our column name is incorrect. This need to be lib and with the I capital, so you have to make sure that one too. And also make sure for the charts you will enable this RLS or disable this RLS policy. Okay, so you'll not get an authorization error. And now if I head back, refresh the screen, and I think we got it. Okay, I think I just added this error. So if I add the data, then we'll get the result. But in order to check it, go to the table editor. Under the chart, I will just refresh the screen, and boom, if you see, we got the data. Under the lib id, we have the lib id information, and under the search result, we have this search result information, which is in the form of JSON. Okay, so that's how guys you can get it. You can see the response as well with the thumbnail, URL, all the information which we want, we save it inside this chart table. Now once you save this result into a database, you have to make an API call to this LLM model. Okay, so and whatever the search result you have to pass it, and according to that we need to generate the response with the help of AI. After getting the response from the search API, we need to pass our search API result to the AI model. Obviously, you can use any LLM model in order to generate and summarize our search inputs. And for that one, we are going to use an Inngest. Inngest is a developer platform designed to simplify the creation of reliable, event-driven workflow and background job without the need to manage a complex infrastructure. Actually, it replaces the traditional tool like queue, scheduler, and state machine with a unified durable execution model that integrates directly into your code base. Also, Inngest have the functionality to add an AI workflow which make your complicated AI workflow very easy. In simple word, whenever you have any long running API which you want to run in the background, you can use the Inngest to do that, and Inngest will take care of it. Even though your API fails, it will retry to make a connection with your API endpoint. Also, you can track each API result along with when it executed, when it started, and all the information inside this Inngest. It's very easy, and most important is free. Inngest recently launched an AI with an AI agents where you can create a complicated agent with the help of Inngest. If you want to learn more about and how to create an AI agent with the help of Inngest, please comment in the comment section just AI agent with Inngest. Now, in order to integrate and use inside the Inngest, we have to follow some simple step. But before that, let me talk about this step.ai, which is recently launched by the Inngest, which help to avoid an unnecessary wait time in the API side, and that's where this step.ai is quite helpful. It also helps us to make an AI model API call with the help of their inbuilt OpenAI and Gemini integration, and then you can just return the response. Also, step.ai and infer offload the interface request to ingest infrastructure. It pauses your function execution until you get the request from the AI model, and it helps us to save your serverless function cost. Now let me explain in detail. So consider you make a request to the any LLM model or any long running functions. Now if you see, once you make a request, it will wait for a long time. Like if you are making an AI LLM model call, in order to get a response, you have to wait it, okay, and your serverless function is keep running it, and once you get it, then obviously it will return the response. But with the help of this step.ai.infer, it will help us to pause your serverless function at that particular span of time until you are getting the response, and this is already taken care now with the help of Inngest, and that's why we are going to integrate the Inngest into our application. So very important thing, simply make sure to click the link in the description about the Inngest documentation. Jump onto the documentation. Here you will find a Next.js guide, and here we need to follow a step-by-step guide in order to integrate it. So first thing, you need to install the Inngest. So this is the command npm install Inngest. Go back to your application. I will close all of this tab and simply will install this Inngest. Then after that, you just need to run the Inngest on your local machine. When you are doing the development, you can directly run to your local machine. You don't need to use the Inngest cloud immediately, okay? But at the end of this tutorial, you will learn how can we deploy these Inngest functions as well. Now I'm going to run this Inngest, and you will see that it will run in a specific port, which is 8288. So we'll open this in a new window, and here this is how the Inngest dev server will look like. In the run, you will see all the API endpoints are running. The function will contain whatever the function you added to your application, and inside the app you will find the app which is synced to this Inngest, okay? Now next thing, if I go to this documentation, we need to create an Inngest client, okay? This is very important part. So we'll create a new folder, and inside that we'll create a new file called client. So inside the root directory, click plus add a file, and we'll add client.js. So it automatically create the Inngest folder for us. Once the client.js created, copy this command and simply add it. Here you can replace the application ID. You can give whatever you want. So here I will give Perplexity clone, save it. Then you need to create an API endpoint called /API/ingest. So I will just copy this complete path. Then we'll go to the API folder, and inside the API we'll add a plus file. Make sure it's a route.js, and simply copy this all line of code and then save it. Now once you write any function, you have to make sure to add this function inside your route.js file under the Inngest. Then for the testing or not testing, but for the demo purpose, we are going to create a new function, and we create a new file called function.js, and inside that we're going to simply call this hello world function. So inside the Inngest we'll say functions.js and add this hello world function, okay? Once you add this, if you scroll down, you have to make sure to add this function into your route.js. So over here we'll say hello world, and if you see, it's importing from the function file. Then you need to trigger it from the Inngest. Now obviously this is the manually trigger where you can go to the Inngest server and you can trigger it, but later on I'm going to tell you how can you trigger these functions from your application. Okay, but for a testing purpose, we'll go to this dev server and refresh it. Now make sure your application is synced to this ingest. Right now, if you see, it's trying to sync it, but it's not synced yet, right? That's because our API slash ingest is protected, right? And because of this middleware file. So in order to avoid it, you need to make this as a public. So we'll add slash API slash ingest, and this route, now I made it as a public route, and then if I refresh it, it will sync it in a moment. One mistake I did it, so inside this ingest I added this function.js, so obviously you need to add it inside this ingest folder. Okay, so that's my mistake. So make sure you will add it to this function.js file, and then you will see your application is now synced with this ingest dev server. Now in under the function, you will see your function name which you created inside this function.js, which is hello world. And obviously if you invoke this one, you have option to pass some data, and once you click invoke function, you will see it's running and now it's completed. Now whatever you return inside this function, it's saying the sleep for 1 second and then print or return this particular message. So over here, if you see, it will wait for a second and then it return the response for you called hello, right? So that's how you need to run and create the ingest function. Here you can see all the details, when it started, when it's ended, when it's in the queue, what are the input payload you send, or what is the output you are getting. All this detail you are going to monitor inside the ingest. That's how cool it is. Now in our application, obviously we are going to make an LLM model call through this ingest. Now you want to learn more about the step API and everything, you can go to this step and AI interface, and here you will find all the information how to create an step.ai, how to make an infer call, and many other things. Now let's create a new function. So here we'll say export constant LLM model is equal to ingest dot create function. Inside that you need to provide an ID. So I will say LLM model, and for the event as well I will say LLM model. Then we'll say async event comma step. Now step is very important feature inside the ingest, which help us when you run the any steps, right? It will complete the first step and then it will go to the second step and so on. So if you have any complicated workflow, step is the best option for you. Next, under this we'll say constant AI response is equal to await, then step dot AI dot infer. Now through this infer you can give the name, okay, for this particular step. So we'll say generate AI LLM model call. Okay, you can give any name, then we can say a model, and you can mention the AI model. So using this step dot AI dot models, and here you have option like Anthropic, DeepSeek, Gemini, Grok, OpenAI. They are still working on few other model as well. So in this example you can either use Gemini or OpenAI, right? Gemini model is free to use, okay, you can generate the free API for it. So if I type Gemini, and then inside this you need to provide the model, okay, so which model do you want to use. Now over here you will find some option, so Gemini 1. Pro, Flash, Flashlight, and many more. So we'll use Gemini let's say 1. Flash, okay, so it's less cheaper. Then you need to provide an API key. Now this API key you need to generate from the Gemini Studio. We'll generate in a moment. So over here I will put it empty for now, and then after this inside the body you need to pass the messages. Inside the body we are going to add a contents, and inside the content we'll add a role. So first we'll say assist, okay, so it has a different role called system, user, model. So we'll say system. Then we need to add a parts, and inside the part we will add a text. So this need to be in curly braces and then text. Now inside the text, you can provide some specific prompt to this particular system. So here we'll say, for example, depends on user input sources summarize and search about topic. Give me markdown text with proper formatting. User input is, and then you can pass the user input. Now to this ingest function, you can pass whatever the input you want through this event. Okay, so over here I will just bring this down to new line. We can say event dot data dot search input. Okay, something like this. And then after this, user can ask whatever the question he wants. So we'll say role as user, and then inside the parts you can add a text, and to this text we'll provide or whatever the search input formatting formatted result we have, right? So just wanted to tell you about this information, right? All the information we wanted to pass, so that also we can get it from the user dot data dot search result. So this two parameter we are going to pass to this, one for the system and then one for the user. Obviously we are using a Gemini, but if you use the OpenAI, then this body request might be a different one. Okay, so you have to follow the one which you like it. Now in order to generate this API key, simply go to the studio, Gemini, just search it on Google. You will jump onto this Google AI Gemini and you will land on this Google AI Studio. You can even try or whatever the prompt you want to try it, and then you can update your prompt accordingly. Over here you will find an option called get API key. If you don't have any API key, you can have option to generate a new API key and give the name. Make sure to attach that API key to specific project as well, and then simply create API key. Once you create the API key, we'll go ahead back, and inside this .env.local file I will add this key. Now I will copy this, paste it, and also I will make sure to add it as a public as well. And simply we will say process.env and our Gemini API key. Perfect. And then save it. Now once we make the call, you will get the result in the form of API response, and simply return the result. So over here we'll say return AI response. Okay. Now this is the first step that we make it, and where from the AI model we are getting the result. Now we also want to save this response into our database. So instead of this returning here, we're gonna create another step. Now after executing this first step, then only it will execute the second step, which help us to save the AI generated response to our database. So here we'll say constant save to DB, and here we'll say await step dot run. You can give the name. So for example, we can say save to DB, and then here we'll say async and arrow function like this, and then you can simply add constant result is equal to await supabase dot. Obviously let's copy that from our supabase. So we'll simply go to the supabase, and inside here, inside the chart, we want to update this record because we already inserted, right? So we'll go to this update. I will copy this example and simply we're gonna paste it here. Now make sure to import the supabase, the field which you want to update. So in this case we want to update this AI response column. So we'll say AI response, and the result we are going to get from this AI response. So we'll say AI response dot candidates. Now obviously we just want to save the response value. Inside that, get the first element dot, and then after this we'll say content dot parts of 0 dot text, and inside this we have the actual AI response. Then once we have the result, you can simply say return data and then save it. So that's how you need to create your function. Once the function is ready, then go to the ingest route. So inside the API ingest route, here you need to add that. So obviously we don't want hello world anymore. Here we'll add LLM model and make sure it is importing from the ingest function. Now if I go back, refresh your ingest, and here you will see your function name. Now one more important thing, when we are saving data, we only need to update the specific field. So we forgot to update this equal where we want to update the specific column. So that column over here, if I go to our Supabase, we have this lib id, and only not lib id, but we actually need to update just the id which matches with our id. So over here we'll say id, and here I will say record id. Okay, obviously this record id we need to get it from the event dot data dot record id, and then save it. Now also make sure you will pass this id as a string. Okay, so it's a column, and I think in order to check whether you are getting the correct response, you can also write AI response instead of data returning data, because Supabase will not return anything because you are just updating the record. Now from the link which is in the description, go to that documentation, and at the bottom you will see the section where how to trigger this ingest function from the code, right? So here you have option how to execute it, and it's very easy, guys. Okay, just follow it. Now you just need to make an get API call, and then you are good to go. So let me show you how to do it. So I will close this all of the tab first, and then we're going to create a new API endpoint. We'll say LLM model. Inside this we'll create a route.js file, and we'll say export async function post. You can make it get call as well, it's up to you. Here we'll pass the request, and from the body of this post request we're gonna get the search input, then search result, and then the record id, which you can get it from the request.json. Once we have this, we can go to this documentation, and then with this ingest send you will get the response. So over here we'll say constant ingest run id is equal to, and then you can make this call. Make sure to import this ingest. Over here you need to give the event name which you gave. So inside the function over here you will see this event name, which is LLM model. So I'm going to pass that name, event name, and inside the data we need to pass the search input as a search input. Then we want to pass a search result as a search result, and then record id as a record id. Inside the return statement we'll just pass this ingest run id, and then save it. And now you can just make an API call to this model, and it will execute your ingest. So now in order to make that API call, let's go to our route, and under the components inside this display result, here we already added this comment. I'm gonna create a new method to make a call. So here we'll say generate AI response, and the arrow function. Inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post. So make sure to import axios. Here we'll say slash API slash LLM model, and inside the body we need to pass search input, which is nothing but the user input, which you can get it from the search input record. So we'll say search input record dot search input. Then we want to pass search result. This search result you can get from this method. Okay, so when we call this method, we also going to call this generate AI response. You can mark this as a wait if you want, and then we're gonna pass this formatted search response, and that's response we're gonna pass to this body, and the last the record ID, which is nothing but the lib ID, which we are already fetching it from this use params. As we are using await, let's make this as async, and inside the console you can get the result dot data. Now if you get any error at the API side, you can check inside this terminal. Okay, but at many places we added the console, so you can also debug that into your dev inspect tool as well. So one quick thing, here we are not supposed to pass a lib ID. We need to pass a record ID, which is generated when we insert the record. Okay, so from the record we'll get the data dot ID. So this data dot ID I will pass. Okay, and then here we'll get the record ID which we want to update. So this record ID we need to pass it. So make sure to update these changes accordingly, and then save it. Also make sure it's a in order to get the ID from this supervised insert statement, you need to get data of 0.id. Okay, and then save everything. Let's test this out. So inside the use effect, whenever we get the search input, right now we are just executing this search API result where we already have this dummy search result, okay, which we are kept in a shared file, and then we are just formatting that, we are inserting that one. Once we get this inserted ID record, then we are generating the response. So if I go back to our application, let's refresh the screen, and if I go to this ingest, you will see this is currently running, and now it is completed. Perfect. If you see and observe over here, you will see the first generate AI LLM model get executed, where we have this input and this is generated output. After that, after completing, immediately the save to database get executed, and this is the output it generated. How cool. So that's how you can get to know which input you pass and what output you are getting at the end. Now let's go to the database. I will refresh this chart table, and here you will also find the lib ID related to this library ID. We got it, the search result we are inserting, and then we got the AI response into our database. Pretty excited, right? That's how easily we can save it with the help of this ingest step run, and it helps us to avoid all the mistake error. Okay, and it's very easy to debug as well, and you can keep a track of your all the API which you are running. Now inside the inject, if I go to this run section, right, I will just collapse this one. Here you will find all the existing run that we did it. Inside the stream, you can see which is fail, which is run, the trigger, which model you trigger, and everything. And inside the function, you will see our function as well. So that's how, guys, you need to save it. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, because next part is to get this data and display it on the screen. Now one more important thing before moving to the next chapter, when we insert the record, we are getting the result. So inside the route, in order to get the result, you will say we need to get this ingest ID, so we'll say IDs of 0. Okay, so it will return this ingest ID. Now this ingest ID is very helpful in order to check whether our ingest function completed or run successfully or not, and that in our database is updated or not. So obviously we need to add a poll calling or poll scheduling, where you need to check or recheck your ingest run, okay, whether it's finished or not, so that you will get to know, and then you can make an API call to the database to get the updated result. That we will see in the next chapter. Now it's time to fetch the status of our ingest function which we run it. We need to check whether our ingest function is successful or not, and depends on that one, we need to make an API call to our database to fetch the latest information if the AI response is generated. So just click the link in the description in order to jump onto this Inngest documentation where it explains how to fetch a run status and output of your ingest function. Now this is just example. If you scroll down a little bit here, you will find this API endpoint. You need to call it where you need to pass an authorization token. Okay, so let me close all of this tab for now, and we're gonna create an API endpoint. So we can call it as a get ingest status. Oh, it need to be a status, and inside that we'll create a route.jsx file. Here we'll say export constant async function, and inside that we'll say get request. You don't need to provide us export async function get, and inside that we have the request and the arrow function. So let me request. Then over here we need to call this method. So I will just copy this example as it is. You can make an fetch call as well, or you can make an Axios call. I think that will be easy. Okay, so copy this first. Here we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios dot get, and then this is the endpoint we're gonna pass. And then once we have the result, here we'll say if, or just we can pass the result. Okay, so inside the return we'll say result dot data, as simple as that. But we are making this Axios API call on the server side. This is very important. Okay, you cannot don't make that on client side, otherwise you will get the course policy issue. Now inside here we're gonna pass the header as well. So let's copy this header as it is and pass. So here we need to rename as a header. For this bearer token, obviously we don't have this ingest sign-in key, which you will get it once you deploy your application. But right now you go to this .env.local file, and inside this you need to add this ingest sign-in key. You don't need to add next public, just ingest sign-in key, and for now let's add local.dev. Okay, then over here make sure to update it, and then you will get the return result.data. You need to return back. Inside this result.data you will get the response similar like this. So let's see. So I will go back to our display result, and once we have the run ID, which we save in run ID, here I'm gonna make a call. So we'll say constant run response is equal to await Axios dot get slash API slash get ingest status. Okay, now to this get ingest status you can make this actually post call. Okay, because we want to pass the run ID, and it will be easy if you make this as a post. And here as well I will just make this as a post API call only. Okay, and inside that we'll say run ID is equal to await request dot JSON. So we can pass this run ID inside the body. Run ID as a run ID, and then once we get the result we'll say run response dot data. Now first we'll see what we are getting. Okay, so I will go back to our application, and also I think we forgot to replace this value with our own run ID and save it. Now another important thing over here, you need to replace this ingest.com to 127.0.0.1 and the endpoint of your local ingest dev server where your ingest is running. Okay, so that particular host name we need to pass. That's because you are running on the locally. So basically inside this .env.local I'm gonna create ingest server host, and then you can simply copy this and save it to your environment file. So you can update that. So here we'll say process.env and then host, okay, and then save it. Now let's go back to our application and let's refresh it. So I will go to the inspect panel, we'll clean the console and then reload your application. Now once you reload, you will see we got the response which is on line 75, and here inside the data, the first element, and it's saying the status is running. Now again, if I check this particular ingest run with this ID, obviously the status might come as a complete, and that time we have to stop making a call. If the status is running, then we have to make another API call and then so on. So that functionality called polling, and that's what we want to implement. So go to the display result, and here I'm gonna add an interval. So we'll say constant interval is equal to set interval, the arrow function, and here we're gonna call every second. But here we are using await, let me make it async. Here we're gonna check in the response if run response dot data of 0, okay, because that's what inside that we have this status, right? And then we need to check the status, okay. So here if is equal to complete, and obviously from the documentation as well you can see the status, right? So over here if the status is completed, you can see the output if you want to get, but I will just say status completed. Then we'll clear this interval, which is this, we gave the name as an interval, right? And then we're gonna get updated data from database, otherwise it will keep running it. Now I will just console, and here we'll say completed and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and inside the network tab, you can see the result. See the get ingest getting called multiple times until the status set as completed, and now it stopped at this point. Now if I go to the console, you will see the completed getting written. So that's how you need to make an ingest polling. Now after generating the record from the AI LLM model, it's time to display it on the screen. So this is how we are going to show. At the top we are going to show all the sources and then the summarization information, okay. Now on the screen, if you see, we already have these sources, but obviously we are going to modify, and from our database now along with the library information we are also going to feed chart information. So what all the library and along with their chart information, okay. So let's go to the page.jsx under the search lib ID where we are fetching the search query record, right? Currently we are just showing the first element along with only library information. Now in this case we also want to fetch the reference tables information. So in this case, if I am getting or searching for this particular lib ID, then all the charts belong to this lib ID we wanted to fetch it. So it's quite easy. Just for the your information, if I go to this API doc and read rows, you have option called read reference table, okay. So in that way you have to fetch it. Now I want all the column from the library table, and along with that one I want all the column from the charts table. So I will write like this, okay, and it will fetch all the information chart and all the information from the library. Now I will just comment this code for now, and here if you see we are just printing this library of 0 element. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So if I go to the inspect panel and then inside the console, if I go to the 0th element over here, you will see along with the library information like search input everything, we also get the chart information. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you need to fetch it. Now obviously this chart information just we want to display it on the screen. We need to map it, we need to iterate, and then we have to display it. As simple as that. Okay. Now obviously we will set this search input record with the library 0. Okay, and then we'll go to this display result. Now inside the display result, when we get this search input record, here we need to check and we need to call this get search API result only when user don't have the chart information. Okay, because when user come from the home page and right, we are making sure that we will call this get search API result in order to make an API call, but in this case it's little different. So here I'm going to check if search input record dot charts dot length is equal to 0, then only we're going to call this get search API result. Now after setting up this search input record, make sure to call that inside the use effect whenever the search input record get update. Okay, now once we have all of this information, now we're gonna wrap this inside and we're gonna map it, that search input result, so that we can display complete list. And let me show you how we want the result. Now for example, if I go to this Perplexity, over here if you see, we have these tabs along with the title, and then we have the source and then actual summary. But if I scroll down to the next topic, that next topic also have this title, the tab, the source, and this result, right? And that we have to maintain as well. So in order to implement like that, simply we need to wrap this complete div inside the chart list. Now just wanted to show you. So over here I'm gonna console the search input record as we already did it, but I wanted to just confirm once. So if I go to this inspect panel and go to the console, over here you will see the charts, and this chart we need to map it one by one. Okay, now another important thing, I already added this new column inside the chart called user search input. Okay, and here inside the chart table we added that. Now this search input is nothing but when you search something, right, that we need to save it under the charts. And even though if you saving it for the first time, make sure to add that in under this get search API result. So when we search the result, right, we are saving that information. So over here we'll say user search input is equal to colon, and then you need to pass the value. Obviously this value you can get from this search input record. So here we'll say search input record and then search input. Okay, like this, and then save it. Now whenever next time when you search from the home screen, then you will get then result, and it will also save it to our database along with the user input under the chart table. Now next part, let's scroll down and let's add over here. So first I will say search result, because inside this we are saving everything, right? So we'll say search result dot charts dot map, and inside that we'll say chart comma index, and then the arrow function. Over here we'll put both this div as a single div, so and put inside this. Then we'll also add a key as an index and then save it. Now once you add this, right, if I go back to our application, you might see this tab multiple times, obviously 3 times, because we have 3 charts, right, under that particular lib ID, and that's why it's showing 3 times. Now after this we want to show in answer display, right? If I go to this answer display, we have this line of code which I'm going to move it. Okay, so I will delete it from here, and then I'm gonna move this to a new component. So let me undo this first, and here we create a component called source list.jsx, add a default template, save this one, and then import this. So I will cut it from here, we'll import the source list component, and inside this source list component I'm gonna paste the code which we copied. Okay, so inside the div we'll add it. Now inside here we need to pass this web result. Okay, so we'll pass it as a web result, And here, in order to pass the web result, obviously in this case is little bit different, right, because we are going to pass the chart information, right? Each chart information we need to pass, so we don't need this now anymore. And then I will say chart as a chart, or sorry, this is the web result, and then we're gonna pass the chart information to that. I will just make sure everything, I forgot the response. So if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, here we have charts, and inside the chart we have this search result. This search result obviously we need to pass, because inside the search result we have all the sources. Okay, so make sure that now, so here we'll say chart dot search result. Okay, and then inside the source list, just make sure to map this correctly now, because we modify this little bit, right? Now inside the item, if you see inside the search result, now we have description, image, long name, thumbnail, title, URL, right? So you don't need this now, because we are not anymore accessing from the profile field. We are mapped in our own way, and I think that's all we needed. Perfect. Now let's save everything. Let's test this out whether it's working or not. So right now it's just showing the text as a source list. Let me refresh this once. And also inside the display result, right, where we are adding this answer display component, here we need to pass the chart and not the search result anymore, right? Because answer display, we are accepting it as a chart, and from the chart we are passing the search result, which is nothing but the web result for the source list, which we have mapped previously. Let's save everything. Now go back to your application, and then if you see, now we are displaying all the sources. Beautiful, perfect, right? Next, after this, we wanted to show the text just before the source list. So if I go to our mockup, over here you will see this text right at the top, just before the each, not here, but sorry, just after this each of the tab and source list. Let me scroll down a little bit. I want to show in Perplexity how it looks. So before, actually it is showing before the tab, so let's add that quickly. So inside the display result, where we have this h2 tag, right? So I'm gonna move that h2 tag if you have any here. So here we're gonna add that. I will say chart dot user input, user search input. Okay, and save it, and let me show you whether it's displaying on the screen or not. So if you see this one, right, obviously we need to add some styling to this. So we'll say style, we'll add a font. Okay, sorry, we need to give class name in Tailwind CSS. So we'll say font bold, text is of 3XL. Okay, and then this is how it will look like. I will make this 4XL, and then we'll change the color to gray, 600. Okay, then for this div, I'm gonna add some margin top to, let's say, 7, and at the last, maybe we can, after this one, we can add a horizontal line. Over here we'll say class name margin y to, let's say, 5. Okay, so some space. Perfect. Now it's time to display the result on the screen. That is very important, and for that one I'm going to create a new component. So inside the answer display, I'm going to show this all the list. So let's add that quickly. Over here we'll say, now I already added this display summary component, see, okay, which is on place. Just create a new component, and then you just need to get the AI response. Okay, because inside the column, now if I go to the Supabase, here if you see this information, now we wanted to show in a proper format, so that I'm getting as a AI response. Make sure from the answer display you are gonna pass this. So here we'll say display summary, and to this display summary component I'm going to pass AI response from the chart.ai response and save it. Now go to the display summary and simply inside the h2 tag I will not, okay, that's fine, and just provide this AI response. Now if I go back to our application, and here you will see this response. Let me refresh the screen now, and boom. But don't you think this is the styling is not correctly, this is not how we want it. Obviously we are getting the summary, but we want it to look like something like this, right? Now in order to add some styling, we need to change this to a markdown. So currently if you see we have these stars and all, right? This is nothing but a markdown styling, and in order to add that, just search on a Google React markdown library. Just copy this npm command, install it inside your application. Okay, just paste this inside the terminal, and then it will install the React markdown library for you. Now next step, just add this React markdown, and inside this you need to pass this AI response. Okay, now let's remove this and then save it. Now once you pass, let's go back, and after refresh, here how it look like. Still better than the previous one, but still we can add more styling to give the proper look. And for that one we need to customize some internal tag inside this React markdown, and obviously that we can pass the HTML styling tag to this React markdown using the component. And in order to add it, I already write a code for that one, so you will find inside this eraser doc. So over here, right, so inside the component, if you see, we have this h1 tag, h2, h3, and we have our own styling for each of them. Just copy that, it is available in the link which is in the description. I will copy this and I will gonna paste it over here, something like this. Okay, and then once you paste it, I think save this one, and then you can just go back to your application and check it. Obviously you can update your styling, and boom, here how it look like. Beautiful, right? And that's what we wanted. It's completely the beautiful style similar to the Perplexity. Now if you want to modify this on according to your requirements, you can do that. Now obviously you can add more options. So if I go to Perplexity, you will see this share option, export. Now on the click of share, it's just copying the link and you can do the same thing. It's not that hard, guys. Okay, but other than that, everything we set up about this display section. If you have any question, any doubt regarding it, let me know in the comment section. And obviously this is just one thing that we implemented, but you can even add the images section, the video section, the sources section, and many more. When you switch from answer tab to this image tab, right, we wanted to show the images, and we already saving these images inside our search result. So if you go to the search result, where we have the title, description, and then we also have the thumbnail. Now this thumbnail obviously we are going to show under this image tab. So simply go to our application, and inside this display result we need to add a condition. So over here we'll say if active tab, so I'm gonna add like this, if active tab is equal to images, then we're gonna show an image tag, otherwise we'll show null. So obviously we need to create an image tab component. So here we'll say image list.jsx. Here we'll say image tab list or image list tab, and then add a default template first, save it, and then we're gonna use this image list tab. Okay, so that's how you can switch it. Now if I go back to our application, now when I switch it, okay, so now over here if you see, I searched for the new news, okay, so which is India news, and if I go to this image, I wanted to display the image list. Now inside our result, right, when we fetch the data from the database, inside this object under the chart, you will see that we have this search result, and inside this, along with this all the search result, we also have the thumbnail field which contain an images, and that images we wanted to show. In the Perplexity as well, when you search on any topic, it will show you the images from the search result only. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. Now let's go back, and then inside the display, so I will go to this display result, and to this display result, under this image tab, we wanted to pass the chart information, so I will pass everything as it is. Okay, go to this image list tab, and here I will accept it as a chart. Then we want to map this, so we'll say chart, then dot search result dot map, here we'll say item comma index, and then arrow function. Inside this we'll simply add a div, and then we'll add an image tag, the source, and then close this tag. Over here we'll say item dot thumbnail, because that's what we wanted to show. Inside the alt tag I will give item dot title, then you can give the width, let's say 300, and height to 300. For this div I will give the key as an index. Actually you don't need to pass this div as well. Let's remove it and let's see how it looks. Over here I will pass the key as an index and then save it. Once you save, let's head back, and under this image tab you will see this all the images. Perfect. Now obviously some images are broken, that images you need to handle. Okay, you can show some placeholder, something like that. After this, inside this div I will make this as a flex, will give gap to 5, and we'll make sure to add the flex wrap. Okay, for this image we'll add a class name, we'll add a background as a accent one, and then we'll make a rounded corner to, let's say, Excel. Also we'll give some margin from the top, so over here we'll say margin top to 6. Okay, and this is how it will look like. I think the size is too much, I will just decrease this to 200. Okay, I will make this smaller. Also make sure to add an object cover. Okay, so it will fill your all this. I think object cover, instead of that let's say object content. It's stretching out, that's weird. I will remove it and I will keep as it is, because we gave the flex wrap, right? So that's the reason it might happen. Now for the sources tab, for the sources as well, we already have the sources because we are showing that sources on this home screen. But under this sources is little bit different. If I go to this Perplexity, this is how we can show it. Okay, with the number, then the title, the little bit of description, and then some information. So you can try and let me know if you have any question. It's very straightforward, guys. It's not that difficult at all. You can create a new component under the component folder. Here we'll say source list tab.jsx, then we'll add a default template. Now this will accept the I think we can say charts. Okay, let me undo this all first, and here you can accept the charts. Then inside our display result you need to add a condition. So over here now we'll say source list. Okay, first I need to write a condition. If active tab is equal to sources, then we can add source list. Otherwise for now I'll keep it as a null. Oh, we already have the curly braces, and make sure the tab name is correct, so it's a sources. I will just make sure that's correct one. Perfect. And now if I save it, make sure to pass this charts to this source list as well. So here we'll say chart and then pass this chart. Now under this source list, if I go to this source list, so I think I imported incorrect one, so here we say source list tab. That's what we wanted. Okay, Now go to the source list tab. Under that we have the charts. Just map it. So here we'll say chart dot search result dot map. Here we'll say item comma index and then arrow function. Inside that we'll add a div. Here we make key as an index, and then similar like this mockup we wanted to show it. So first we have the number 1, then this image and the name. So I will add a div. Here in h2 tag I will just add index plus 1, because index start from 0, right, and we just add plus 1, so it will start with a 1. After this we'll add an image tag with the source, and inside that we wanted to show item dot url, or I think it's just an image img. In alt tag I will add item dot title, then we wanted to give width, let's say 20, and height, let's say 20. So let's head back over here, and here inside the sources still not showing. I think I need to refresh this once. This is how it will look like. We will round these all the images. So inside this source list tab we'll add a class name and we'll make rounded full. After this if I go back and see this design, on the right hand side we have the text, right? So that text I'm going to add. So I will add a div, and inside this div we'll add a h2 tag, and then we'll say item dot, and you can even say, let's say title. I'm not sure what field name we should give, so we'll just check quickly. So we'll go to the inspect panel, inside the console see this object, and inside this object we have the search result, and then we can give the long name as well. And if you want to add some more field you can add that too. Okay, right now I will just add as long name. So this is need to be a long underscore name, and then save it. Now let's bring everything in one line. So this is how I will do, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, this is how it will look like. That title need to be removed, and I think this is pretty good. Over here we'll add XS size, and we'll add width to 20 pixel, height to 20 pixel, and we'll also add a border. Perfect. The next thing we want to show this text. Okay, so this text obviously we'll get it from the we can fetch it from the title only. So just below, not here, but I will add an h2 tag, and inside that we'll say item dot title. Now I will keep it short and simple. I don't want to add more information. Okay, and here I will make class name. We'll make margin top to, let's say 1, and we'll do the line clamp to 1. Now right now I'm not showing description. Instead of that I will show title, and I will remove this, and here we'll make it this as a XS, something like this. Okay, which look like this one. Also we need to give some margin top. So over here we'll say margin top to, let's say 4, and for this title we'll make this a bold and text larger. Perfect. Okay, then all of this item we have to make sure is item in the center of the screen. So here we'll make this item to be in the center of the screen, so everything will be in the one line. And I'm also going to change the color. So currently it's very black, so I will just change this to gray 600 and For this as well, I will make gray 600. Perfect. Okay, and that's how your source will look like. Now let's try the video. Now if you don't know how to implement it, you need to map it. Okay, so if I go to our search API result, then we already have this video options. So one we have the web and one we have the videos, and these videos you can just map it according to your requirements, save it inside the same object which we are showing saving inside this display result component, right? So over here, once we format it, make sure to save that in the same search result, and then you will get the video list. Now if you want to know how to implement it and you want to know how I code it, make sure to join the TubeGoji Pro membership so that you will get access to this source code and you can easily implement if you face any issue. Now before moving to the next chapter, here we need to make sure whenever you go to the home screen and search something and jump onto this particular search page with this ID, you will need to fetch the data which is inserted, even though it's not completed, right? When you do the search, we are inserting record, make sure to fetch it so that at least we are getting source. Okay, and whenever we finish the ingest function, then also you have to fetch it. So for that one, inside the display result, I'm going to create a new method. We'll say get search records. Okay, and here we'll write arrow function. Now inside that we need to write a SOPA base call. So simply go to the library. Inside that we'll go to this API docs, and then we need to fetch the library and charts. Now this particular method we already implemented inside our page.jsx file. Okay, so this is the search query record we already have. I will copy this as it is and then I will paste it here. Okay, now here we'll make async, and once you have the result, simply save this result inside this set search result, and inside that I'll pass all of this information. Now this get search record we need to call. Now whenever if the length is 0, right now we are calling this get search API result, but if not, then I will add a question mark and then I will call this method. And also whenever we finish inserting a record, then also you can call this method get search record. Okay, here you can use await if you want, and once we finish or is completed, then also you can call it. So over here we'll say get search, I will say await first, and get search record. Okay, and then save it. Only one thing, inside the get search result, make sure to get only first record, right? Because we are anyway we are using this leap ID. And now if I go back to our application, you will see everything is working as it is, where we are displaying images, we are displaying sources as well. This is now let me show you this example quickly. So here you can search on any topic. Let's say you can search regarding this Trump tariff news, right? So just search something like this and then run it. Now once you run, obviously it will take some time, and boom, we got the result from the API where we will find this source, and from this source actually we are getting data. And wow, we also got the all the summary of this particular news, where you will find all of this information in detail. Not only that, but if I go to these images, you will see these images. In the sources, you will also find the sources from which we are fetching this data. How beautiful. If you want to open any source, you just open this source and then it will open it quickly. Okay, so that's how you have to do it. Now if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now make sure whenever you are loading this page, right, from the home screen, you are searching something, you need to add some kind of loading indicator showing that okay, it's getting loaded, right? Even though once you load this sources, right, obviously it will take some time to load the summary. Then that time also you have to add some loading skeleton effect, and that what we are going to add it now. So just try this out. If you don't know how to add it, I will help you in the next chapter. Now let's add the loading state in our application. When you search something, we want to show a loading when we are fetching the data from the server, like search API or from the AI LLM model. So in that case, let's go back to our application and inside the display result, because that's where we are fetching all of this information. Here I'm going to maintain one state called constant loading search, comma set loading search is equal to use state, and initially I will make this as a false. After that, when you execute this get search API result, here we'll set this loading search to true, and once it is completed, after inserting the record and everything, you can just mark it as a false, or maybe you can do after this set loading search to false. So after this get search record, you can mark it as a false. Okay, now once you have this loading search indicator, just pass this to the answer display. So over here I will pass it as a load, I forgot the name, so loading search. So here I'm going to pass it as a loading search, then inside the answer display I will accept that, and inside the source list we need to again pass this. Okay, now inside the source list make sure to accept it, and here we need to show some kind of skeleton effect, and it's very easy to add as well. So simply I'm going to add a condition, or you can add it later after this one as well. So if you'll say if loading search is true, then we'll add a div. Inside this div we can add an empty array, something like this, dot map, and here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Make sure to wrap in a curly braces, and then we'll add a simple div to this. Now adding a skeleton effect with the Tailwind CSS is quite easy. First I will add the width to be full, and then or you can mark this width so with some specific width, something like similar to this one. So I will copy everything, or maybe just copy this width. Okay, then we want to make a rounded corner, and most important, mark the background slate, let's say 100. Okay, then here we have an Tailwind CSS class called animate pulse, so it will show the skeleton effect and pulse animation, and for a key I will provide it as an index and then save it. So that's the only thing that we need to implement. Also don't forget to provide some height. So here I will provide a height of 100 pixel, and then here we'll mark it as a flex wrap and gap to 2. Okay, so similar like this one, so whenever the data is available it will just update it. Now for a testing purpose, from the answer display when we send this loading search, we'll mark it as a true just to verify. And if you see this skeleton effect, you can just change this color little bit. So if I go to the source list, over here we can change this color to, let's say, accent, and now it's little bit better and matching to our source list as well. And that's how you can show the skeleton effect. Now for the display summary as well, we are going to show in the same way, but we are not going to use the search state for that one or loading state for that. We are going to directly use this current data. So go to the display summary and let me show you how you can do it. Same thing you can also implement for the source list as well. Over here I will just check if AI response is not there, then show this div, and inside the div we can add a skeleton effect. How easy it is, right? So over here we'll add a div tag, and inside the div tag we'll add a skeleton effect. So we'll give the width to be full, height to, let's say, 10, and then background accent. You can even make rounded corner, so I will make small, or let's make it medium, and then save it. Okay, now I will just do the opposite for a testing purpose, because we already have the data and this is how it will look like. You can just change these to, let's say 5, something like this, say. Okay, also don't forget to mention animate pulse effect, so it will give you the animation effect as well, that something like loading, say. Another thing, we'll add another div, but in this case I will give the width, let's say 1/2, we can say. Okay, it's half of the screen, and let's give some margin top to 2, something like this, say. And we'll add another div, we'll say here width, let's make it 70%. Perfect. Okay, so it is giving us the loading style of effect, and that's what you can do it. Now here I will just revert this condition, and whenever you have the source, then it will show the loading for other. Let's show you the demo quickly. So here you can search on any topic. So let's take an example that you want to search on AI latest models. Then we'll click enter, and then it will give you the source list, and boom, if you see, it's showing the loading, and it means we are getting some data, and we'll wait to get it, and boom, if you see, we got this beautiful data. How cool! With the search option and everything. Inside the images we have the images, inside the source list we also have the source list. Now another thing I'm going to implement, sometimes the source list, the loading search, our functionality is not working as expected inside the source list, right? So similar like this display summary where we added this loading state, I'm gonna copy this and we'll add it inside the display result. Okay, so over here we can add that. So simply I will say search result dot charts. If it's not there, let's execute it. For now I will just, okay, so if you see, perfect, it's showing perfectly fine. I will just undo this one. Perfect. And if I want to test, we'll go back here, we'll search on some different topic, latest iPhone iOS version. Okay, so about that we are getting some information, and boom, if you see, wow, how beautiful it's looking. And this is going to be realistic, similar like a Perplexity. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now once you are on this page, obviously you wanted to search something else about this particular topic or some new topic here, and that's why we want to give some search input option on this page. And if I go to this Perplexity site, here you will see this option, right, where you can type it and then you can again chart it. So that's the same thing we wanted to do. So let's go back to our application. Let's close all of this tab for now, and under the display result, okay, so inside this component display result we wanted to add that. So let's add the one div. Inside this div I will just first add the simple input tag, okay, and to this input tag we'll add a placeholder. We'll say type anything, and just wanted to see whether it's displaying on the screen or not. Let me refresh this window first, and if you see on the bottom we have that. Perfect. Obviously for this div we wanted to style, so first thing we'll add a style, or I'll just add a class name. We'll say, then we'll put some white border or background color, so here we'll say background white. Then we'll add width to be full. We'll add a border as well with make rounded corner XL, and we'll add some shadow as well, so we'll say shadow medium, and we'll give some padding. Perfect. Okay, obviously when we don't want outline, so here we'll say outline none. Perfect. Over here I will give padding X to let's say 5, and we'll also give little bit more margin, and here I will make this just large. Perfect. Okay, on the right hand side we want a button, so whenever user input something we want to click send button, you can add it. So here I will add an send icon, and at the top just mention constant user input comma set user input is equal to use state. Okay, and whenever the user input is true, then only we wanted to show this button. So here if user input, then only show me this button, and then save it. Now this button we want on the right hand side, so we'll make flex and then justify between, and then I don't know why it's gone. Okay, yeah, obviously if you type it then only it will display, but somehow it's not showing. Let me refresh it again. That's weird. So maybe here we need to give user input dot length. Oh. And now let's try this out. That's weird. Let me remove this condition first. Okay, and we'll see whether the button is displaying on the screen or not. Oh, so if you see, it's saying button is not defined, so that's the one of the reason it was not showing initially. And if you see, now button is showing. Okay, and then you can add the condition again. So let me add that condition. Let's see. So it's weird. Okay, that the reason is we did not set this user input inside this input. So over here we'll say on change, and then we'll say set user input with this value. So whenever user type something, that value we wanted to save. So we'll say e dot target dot value, and now if I type it, you will see this button. But if I scroll down something like this, see the button is gone. We need to mark this absolute position, so we'll make this as absolute. Okay, once you make this absolute, actually instead of absolute we can mark this as a fixed. Okay, and then if I go back, obviously it's coming somewhere. We need to mark this as a bottom to let's say 6, so it will be at the bottom C. Okay, but the width is, if you see, it's complete is full width, right? And we don't want the full width. So the best option here, we can give on the large screen, okay, or maybe on Excel screen we can give the maximum width, let's say 2 XL. Okay, or let's make it 3 XL, something like this. See, okay. Also by default we can give maximum width to medium, and on large screen you can give maximum width to XL. Okay, so depends on the screen size, it will change this width as well, because we mark this as a fix. If you see, perfect. So that's how you need to add it, and once you start typing you will get this search button. Now once user click on this search button, here we need to call this get search API result method, but we need to little bit change this. Now simply whenever user have this user input, then we'll use this search input as a user input. Okay, so we can do, when we call this method, we'll use this search input. If search input is not there, then it will use this input record dot search input. Okay, and same thing if user input, so over here if the record type is not mentioned, then we can mention record type as a search. Okay, it doesn't matter. And then I think everything is as it is. You don't need to make any changes other than that, and let's try this out. So first save it, and obviously you need to call this method on the button click. So on click we'll say get search API result, and then save it. And whenever the search is going on, you can also add some loading indicator over here. So we'll say first we'll disable this. So we'll disable when the loading is true. or we have the loading search, we gave the name, right? And here as well we'll add if loading search, here we'll say question mark, and then we'll add a loader, otherwise we'll show the send button only. Here I will add a class name, we'll say animate spin, and then save it. Perfect. Okay, let's test this out. So here we'll say iPhone 17 launch date, and then click send. If you see, we have this beautiful send button, and boom, if you see, we also got the response, the source code, and now we are waiting for the summary. And obviously we got an error, so we'll see this is the different error, but here we have this syntax highlighter. So after refreshing, it's working fine. Also I just remove this syntax which I added initially, so I will update this code a little bit. I made modification inside our React markdown component, so make sure to add that, that is very important. And other than that, everything is working as expected. So sometimes if you see, we need to refresh it, and then it will work as properly as we want. I think that's all for this particular section. Now there is one bug in our display result section. Whenever we search anything, right, it's going at the top, right, because maybe we are fetching on the descending order, and if you see the latest one is coming down, or sometimes coming random as well. So we have to order it by specific column. So simply for that one, let's go to the display result where we are fetching the post, right? So over here, if you scroll down little bit, here we have get search record option, and in that one you need to provide dot order by, okay, or you can add order here on which column you want to make. So I'm gonna simply provide an ID column, and then here we'll say ascending as a true. Okay, so it will fetch in ascending order only. Now if I refresh the screen, and also obviously we want to order it by chart columns, right? As this is the foreign table, so here we need to mention that one as well. So just add as a foreign table, and then give the name as charts, and then save it. Now if I go back, and if you see, now this it's coming in a descending order, the ascending order, and the latest search is at the bottom side. Okay, if you search here, let's say iPad 2025, and if I search this query, here we got the result, and boom, if you go, we also got the response as well. Beautiful. So that's how you can implement it. Currently we limit this search result up to 5, but you can add more search option when to this Brave API. Okay, so it's up to you how much API call you now make it. Now let's implement the library section. This is very straightforward. On the library section, whatever until now we search from the home screen, that we need to show under the library. Now inside the Supabase, from the library, we need to fetch all of this information, where at the for each of these we need to show the search input when it get created. These two basic information we wanted to show it. So let's go back to our application, and I'm going to create a new route under the routes, and we'll call it as a library. And then inside this, we'll create a new page.jsx file. Add a default template, and here I will rename this to library, and then save it. Now once user click on this library, right now make sure it is navigating to this library skin. See, then over here I will add a h2 tag, and here we'll say library. Inside this style we'll add a class name, we'll give margin top to 20, and similar like this inside, if you go to the search.page.jsx file, if you see we have this padding and all, right? Copy this everything, and then we need to paste it here. Then for this h2 tag, we'll add a class name, we'll say font bold, text is of 2XL, and then here we need to write a method called constant get library history and the arrow function. Now from the Supabase, let's go to the library, go to the API doc, and then we'll copy this get or read rows code. Make sure to import the Supabase. Here I will make this as async, and then here also we need to provide we need to provide a condition. So inside that, on which column you want to fetch. Now obviously we want to fetch only that the library records belong to that particular user. So from the user email you can get it. So here we'll say user email, and then in order to get the user information you can use the use user hook, and here we're gonna simply add user dot primary email address dot email address and then save it. Okay, once we get the result we'll save that, but before that I wanted to print this out, and we'll make sure that we are able to get the data inside this use effect. Call this method and save it. Now if I go back to our application, right now as we are using the React hook, we need to mark this component on the client side. Then inside the inspect you will see that inside the, okay, so I think it's look like we don't get data. See in a line on line 19, right, we are not getting any data. So let's see why. Everything looks perfect. That's because we have to make sure this particular method will execute only when the user information is available, because we are passing this equal to, right, otherwise it's getting undefined, and that's the reason we are not getting any data. But now if I refresh the screen we'll get the result. See, and we got a 16 history. Perfect. Now each of them has the search input and the created ad. That's what we wanted. So, and again one more important, we need to order this by. So we'll say order by id column, and here we'll say ascending to false. Then in order to display it we need to save in a one state. So here we'll say constant library history comma set library history is equal to use state, and here we'll say set library history to library history. Now inside this div we'll add a library history dot map, we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Inside that we'll add a div and then in h2 tag we'll simply add item dot search input. Here we are getting error, it's saying cannot read the property map. So here make this as an optional operator field, and still it's not showing. Let me see what the name is. So it's a search input only. Oh, so over here I am supposed to save the library, so that's why. And now if I refresh it you will see this search text. Perfect. And just below that we also wanted to show the when you search it, right? So we'll say item dot created on. If I save this one I will just make sure the field name is correct. So okay, it's created at. Perfect. And obviously we need to format this, so we'll wrap this in a moment. And if you don't know how to add this, use this moment, right, if you remember inside the header we already use this. So we provided this input and then we'll say from now. Same thing we have to do it here. So wrap this inside the moment and then we'll say from now, and make sure to import this moment library and then save it. So here we need to say from now. Okay, and then it will say 2 hours ago, this one is 2 hours ago, and so on. Perfect. Let's apply some style. So over here I will make font bold. Then for this text we'll say text XS, and text is of gray color. Then for this div we'll add a class name, margin bottom to 4, and save it. After this I also want to add an horizontal line, so over here we'll add HR, we'll add margin Y to 4 to this one and save it. Perfect. See, over here we'll give some margin from the top, and even though if you did not give the margin bottom, that's also fine, I believe. Yeah, that's good. Perfect. And on the right hand side we want to add an icon to open that, so I will wrap this in a one div, and again I will wrap one with one more div. Over here we'll add an icon called open, or we'll say link, I don't know, because we want to add icon which will open. So let's go to the lucid icon, new tab, I don't know what it called. So this icon I'm talking about, so this square arrow out of right. So here we say square arrow out of right. And we want on this right hand side, so we'll make flex justify between, something like this. See, and I will just change this size, we'll say text smaller, and or we can give the height to 6, width to 6. I think this is much better. And on the click of it, or maybe on the click of any of this, right, we can add on click event, and we just want to navigate to that particular search result. So I will add constant router is equal to use router from the next/navigation, and here we're going to simply add router dot push slash search slash and the id, which we can get it from the item dot lib id, and then save it. Now if I open this one, see, it jumped to that particular topic. I can go back again to this particular screen. Make sure to add a cursor pointer, so here we'll say cursor pointer. Okay, so whatever you searched previously, you can jump and you can see inside your library section. Now let's implement the Discover screen. If you see this mockup, on this mockup, we are going to create a new route for the Discover section, where at the top we are going to add some tabs like top, for you, tech, science, finance, and many others. And each of them, when you just select it, right, we are going to show the related news or latest news from the search. It's very straightforward. When user click on any of these options, we are going to make and call to the search API, which is Bravo search API, and then we'll get the result and we're going to show some basic information. Here we don't need to provide or send the data to the LLM model. Okay, we are just fetching it, because once user click on any of these options, we are going to redirect user to that particular web browser. Okay, so we'll keep it simple. So let's go back to our application and we'll add a new tab, a new folder. Here we'll call it as a discover. Inside that we'll create a page.jsx file, add a default template. I will rename this to discover and then save it. Now similar like a library, I will use this class name. Now you can move this class name to at one place, maybe inside the provider. Okay, but right now I just use it at many places, so I will keep it here only now. And inside this we'll add a h2 tag, we'll say discover. Here I will add a globe and then save it. Here we'll make a font bold, text is of 2XL, and then save it. Now if I go back, go to the discover, and this is how it will look like. Let's make it 3XL and make this flex gap of 2, so it will be in the one line. And I will also make this item to be in the center. That's where, so I think we can wrap this in a span tag. And then save it. Perfect. Now let's make an API call. So over here we'll add console get search result and the arrow function. Before that, let's add this all the options as per this mockup. Okay, so we have top, for you, and all other. So it's not an actual tab, but better we can create one constant. Here we'll say options, and the arrow function here will give a title, let's say top, and then respective icon for it. So I will add a star icon for it. So just add it couple of few more times, and I will just pause the video and I will add the remaining one. Now I added all this option, and then we just need to iterate this each of this option. So after this we'll add a div tag. Inside here we'll add a flex, and we'll give margin top to 5. Over here we'll use this option to display. So we say option comma index and the arrow function. Over here we'll add a div. Inside this div we want to show an icon first, so we'll say option dot icon, and then in s2 tag I will show the text, which is option dot title, and then save it. Here I will make this key as an index and then save it. Now if I go back, this is how it will look like. Perfect. Now obviously we need to add some style, so here we make it flex gap to, let's say 1. Then we want to give a padding to 1 and padding x to 3, and save it. Also we're gonna add some background, or we not background, but on hover we're gonna just lighten the color, or maybe we can change this hover on primary color. Okay, so whenever we hover on this one, see it changes this color. And make sure to add a cursor pointer as well. Okay, now whenever you select any of this option, we need to save in state. So I will define one state called constant selected option comma set selected option is equal to use state. And then by default we'll show this top as a selected one, so I will just write a top. Now we need to provide some dynamic style as well, so I will wrap this in a curly braces, then this tag, and I will remove this single quote, and after this we'll add a condition. So inside the condition we'll say if selected option is matches with the item dot title, so we'll match, sorry, the option dot title, so we'll match if this type both the parameter matches, then we'll say and background. We can keep the background to be, let's say, accent for now, and let's say text to be primary. So if I select this one, so obviously we did not add it on select method. So over here we'll add on click, and we'll set the selected option with the item, sorry, the option dot title. So right now we use the use state, so we need to mark this component on the client side. So we'll write use client at the top, and if you see, it's look beautiful. Now just give the rounded corner. So for this one we'll say border rounded corner, so we'll say rounded full. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you need to show it, and when user select, we have to show it as a selected one as well. You can just change this size. Okay, I think size is little bit bigger for the icon. So over here I will add a class name and I will provide the height and width to 4. Let's make item in the center of the screen. So over here we'll say item in the center, and for this h2 tag as well we'll add text smaller. Perfect. Now next part depends on the selection. We need to make an API call. So we already know how to make an API call. So if I go to this browse search API, right, over here it accepts 2 important parameter. One is the search input and then search type. It is optional, okay, but you can keep it empty as well. And when we do the search input, we'll get some result. So over here we say constant result is equal to await axios dot I think this is a post method, so we'll say post and then slash API slash brave search API, and then inside this we need to provide a search input. Now inside the search input we'll need to add the selected option, and here we'll say latest updates. Okay, so if you just select the top latest update, or I will say news updated, news and updates will say. Okay, so you just select educational, so it will be educational latest news and update. Okay, something like this. So that's why I added this or append this text. And then we have the search type. Right now we are not dealing with that one, but in the search type we'll provide it as a search only and then save it. Now this get search result we're gonna call inside the use effect only whenever the selected option get changed. Okay, if selected option get changed, we'll just call this method. So we'll say selected option is available and then only call this get search result. Now inside the console we'll get the result dot data. Now save it in a state. So here we'll create one state. Here we'll say latest news comma set latest news is equal to use state. And once we have data, we'll set the latest news with the result dot data. Okay, so that's how we need to add it. We'll see whether we are getting data or not. So I will go back to our application inside the inspect panel, go to the console, and here let's say user select the tech and science, and boom, if you see we got the result. Here we have the news as well. Inside the news we'll see the news feed, and again we have the web search as well. Okay, so what are the things available in the search result, so that also we can show it. Now obviously we're gonna use this search result. First we'll show the thumbnail. Okay, that is important. Then if you see this mockup, we want a thumbnail, then we want a title, then the content, little bit of description, and the source of it. So that's particular source as well we can show it. So right now for the demo purpose, because I just don't want to make call again and again, I'm going to use our dummy result, so which is we kept inside the shared. Right here I'm going to use this search result to display it. So for testing purpose I just provide this default search result to this latest news. And now let's go over here inside the div. From the search result we'll just display the web section. Okay, so over here we need this web only, so make sure to get that. So maybe you can get this search result dot web. Okay, inside the latest news, and then you can map it here. So over here we'll say latest news dot map, we'll say news comma index and the arrow function. Now we'll create a new component in order to display it. So under the discover we'll say create a new component called components, and here we'll create a card. Okay, so we'll say news card dot jsx. Let's add a default template and save it, and we'll simply import this news card. Here you need to pass each news, and we'll also provide a key as an index. Inside the news card, we'll accept it as a news. Now the first thing, as I told you, we want to show the image first. Here we make sure to add an optional operator field, so we will not get this error if the state is empty. So it's saying latest map is not a function. So we are getting this result because we want the data from search result dot web dot results. Okay, so inside the result we have actual list, right, object list. So that's the reason. And then if I go back now, if you see, it's just showing the text called news card. Let's save this one. And in order to show image, I'm not going to use an Next.js image tag. Okay, otherwise you have to provide a hosting name, and every time the hosting image URL is different. So over here we'll provide a source. From the source we'll say news dot, and I will just refer this example. So from here go to the thumbnail, and from thumbnail you need to fetch the original, and then we'll say original. And if you see this, every time the host name for this image URL will be different. So we'll say original. Here in the alt tag you can give some alt. So here we'll say news dot title, and I think we have this news dot title as well. Perfect. Now for this image we'll give width, let's say 100%, or let's give some specific width as well. So let's say 700. Height give 400 and save it. And this is, oh, so right now I don't know why the latest news map still have the issue. It's not a function. So if I go back, I think somewhere I did mistake, and after C we got these images. Perfect. Now after these images we wanted to show data. So over here inside this s2 tag we'll simply add news dot title, and then after this we need to add a description as well. Now for the description it's little bit different. So over here we'll say news dot description, and inside this if you see we have this strong keyword and all, right, and most of the time we have this strong word. Okay, so we want to replace that. So simply I will say let's try to replace it here. So we'll say replace with an empty value. Okay, and if I refresh it, let's see how it looks. So right now if you see most of the strong is gone. Also make sure you replace this /strong as well. So over here we'll say replace with the empty value. This is the just turn what we can say, just turn around means hack we can say. Okay, so that's how you can do it. Now the next thing, for this title we'll say font bold, text larger, and here we'll say text smaller, text is of gray color 500. Then I will wrap this in a one div. Then we'll add a padding to let's say 4 and save it. Perfect. For this div we'll add a class name, we'll add a border, we'll make this rounded to 2xl, and once you make this rounded you have to make sure you will put the rounded corner for this image as well, something like this. Then give some margin top, so you will see some space. Okay, and which is quite similar like our mockup. See, now obviously the text is larger, so it's up to you how you want to display. And here as well I will make text gray 600. You can make text to XL, and here you can make it medium only. Also we'll give margin top to 2, and I will add a line clamp to 2 and line height, or you can keep line height as it is. Perfect. Oh, that's weird. Let me refresh it. Perfect. Okay. Now you can even put it in the grid format. So in order to put in grid format, you can go to this, and here you can mark it as a flex. Okay. Then we can make flex wrap and give gap to, let's say, 5. Or instead of this flex wrap, let's add a grid and grid column 2 and with a gap. I think this is much better. See? Okay. So this is how it will look like. But it's totally up to you. If you want to put, you can keep it. I think I will keep it like this only with a bigger screen. Now you can make this with a big one. First is bigger and then 3 small. It's not big deal. You just need to check the index, and accordingly you need to modify this. So I did some work. I paused the video and I added this functionality as well. If you see, at the first one is showing the bigger one, and then next in the grid format, again the next one is bigger one, and so on. And if you want to know how to do it, it's very easy. You just need to add the mod. You need to check an index size, and depends on that one you need to show your news card. If you want to know, you can get this from the source code. It is available. Okay. Now the last important part we wanted to do on the click of it. So here we'll add on click method. We want to open that particular source in a new tab. So we'll simply say window dot open, and then we'll add that URL so that we can get it from the news. And then I will just check which URL we wanted to show. So over here, if you see, we have this URL field. So this URL field, we'll just open it in a new tab. So we'll say underscore blank, and boom. Now if I open this tab, it will open in a new screen. Perfect. And make sure you will add a cursor pointer, something like this, and save it. So whenever you hover, you will see the cursor pointer. Now let's test this with a real-time data. So I will remove this. Okay. And here we say constant web search result is equal to result dot data dot web dot results. So inside this we'll get all of our web result, and this web result we want to set it to our latest news. Now I will just remove this. Okay. And just for your testing purpose, we are also consoling, so that's fine. Let's save it, and boom. Wow, how beautiful, right? If I go to the tech and science, you will see the tech and science news now. If I go to the, let's say, sports, everyone's favorite topic, and then it will show the sports one as well. Perfect. Next important thing, that you can also change this size. So over here I am providing the width. Here we'll make this 300. Okay. And I will give here full width as well. Perfect. So guys, that's all for this particular section. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud so that you can share this app with your friends and family. Now, in order to deploy on the cloud, we are going to use a Vercel, which is a free cloud hosting platform for the NextJs application. Now, very first thing that we need to do is to push all of this code to the GitHub, and then we're gonna connect GitHub to the Vercel in order to deploy our application. Now, whenever you make a change to your code and push it to the GitHub, it automatically triggers the deployment, and you don't need to deploy your application after the first time. Let me show you how to do it. First, create a new repo, and once you create a new repo, just push your code. So over here, I already connected my repo, so I will just push it. I will give the commit message. So here we'll say final, and then we'll say git push. Now once it is pushed, I will open this repo as well. and over here you will find the pushed code. Now simply go to the Vercel. Inside the Vercel you will see a new add new option. So click on the project and you will find your project. Just now you push it. Simply click import. If you are new to this Vercel, make sure to connect your GitHub repo. Okay, it will ask you to authenticate. Just authenticate it and then you will see all your project. Click import and then give the name. So here we'll say Perplexity clone. You can keep everything as it is, and under the environment variables just go to this .env.local file, copy everything and then simply paste it here. It automatically assign the key and their respective value. Perfect, right? Now we're gonna change this sign in key and server host later on. Okay, so even though if I remove this from here, that would be fine, and simply click deploy. Now once the deploy start, it will check all the parameters or the keys, then it will generate the build for your application and then it will start deployment. Now in this particular deployment part, if you face any error or anything like that, make sure to open the log, check where is the error and then simply fix it. And after fixing, just push that code and trigger the deployment again. Now we'll wait to finish this. I will pause the video and boom, our website is now live and here is the preview as well. If I click on it, it will open on our domain perplexity clone alpha.vercel.app and boom, everything is working as expected. Now obviously we need to connect Inngest to this Perplexity. We need to make sure our Inngest is also running on the devs or a production server. So for that one, simply go to the Inngest.com. If you don't have an account, create a new account. It's free. Okay. Once you create the account and sign in, you will jump onto this Inngest where you will see all of this app. Now many of my applications running with the help of Inngest, something like AI video ad generator, AI short video generator, promo video and many more. Now inside this Inngest, you also have option integration on the sidebar. Click on it and here make sure to click on the manage for this Vercel. Now if you are deploying on Netlify, that also you can connect. Right now we are deployed to Vercel, so we'll say manage, and inside this you can just search your project. So maybe mine was at the bottom, it will start with the P, so Perplexity clone, see this one. Now simply click configure and then here the project status showing this determine whether or not Inngest will communicate with your Vercel application. Just enable that. Now inside this you need to provide the complete path. So I will go to this domain and then I will add it just before it, and on this part the API Inngest endpoint is there, right? So that's the reason we need to add it. Now simply save this configuration. Once the configuration is saved, it will automatically add the keys for you. Okay, but let me show you if it's not get added. So I will refresh this, so you will see your project. Go to the setting and under this environment variable you will see this Inngest sign in key, Inngest event key and all this key get added. Okay, it means it is get connected to our app, but sometimes it might not sync with this Inngest. Okay, and there is one reason, but before that we'll find out whether it's enabled or not, and if you see it's enabled for us. Okay, now if it's not enabled, then go to the Vercel deployment protection and then enable, or if it's enable, make it disable, and I think that's the thing you need to do it. Okay, here I think that's all. Okay, but make sure you can watch my previous video for this Inngest deployment as well. Now if I go back to our home screen, so go to the Inngest and in the app I will just refresh this, and inside this again here you will see this option, Vercel deployment protection might block syncing, use the deployment protection key option below to bypass it. So for this one let's add a secret key. Okay, and here either you can add a secret key or just disable this, and let's save it and let's test this out. So if I refresh this, Sometimes it takes some time, and right now we are not getting any warning as of now. So I will check inside the ingest and we'll find whether it's sync or not. And after that, make sure to redeploy your application if the key are inserted from the ingest. Sometimes it will take some time, so I will just redeploy this. Okay, so our ingest key will sync with this Vercel deployed application. And here as well you can see our application is now synced with the ingest. Sometimes even though if you sync with the Vercel, if it's not showing on the screen, you have option to sync with the sync a new app, and here make sure to add the application URL because sign-in key is already get inserted when we sync with the Vercel, but sometimes you need to trigger this sync so that it will come up on this screen. Now before testing this application, one more thing we need to update, which is this one of the environment variable. So go to this app, inside the setting under the environment variables, we have this ingest server host. Initially from our environment variable we use it as a 127001, right? So this particular server host we need to update it to an actual server host, which is api-ingest.com. So simply click edit, and then I will replace this with an ingest version 1. Okay, so that it will replace at this route.jsx because we use the local one. Actually we don't need to provide a slash v1, just provide this api.ingest.com and then save it. And obviously the ingest sign-in key, which in the production mode, is already there, so you don't need to update anything. Now once everything is done, go to the deployment and trigger this deployment. So it will update your application with the new environment key. So now our application is deployed again successfully, and I will go to this website, our website, and here let's search with some topic. Now I also sign in already, and here I will search. Let's search about the Mr. Beast. I am big fan of Mr. Beast, so we'll say Mr. Beast and just execute it. Now our Perplexity will find out about the Mr. Beast from the various sources from the search API, and if you see how beautiful we are getting all the information, and boom, we are getting some Mr. Beast related information as well. Here let's find another information. Let's say Mr. Beast popular videos, and we click search, and then we got the different response from the different sources, how quick it is, right? And then we also got the result. Here if I go to this image, you will find some images, and then you also find some sources. Here inside the library we also have all this history. Just now we tested, so it's saying few seconds ago. So guys, that's all about this Perplexity clone application. I hope you enjoyed this video, and the main important thing you learn in this video, that how the Perplexity work and how you can easily build the application like this. You just need an idea, guys, and then you can build the entire world. So guys, this AI clone video, I hope you enjoy it. If you really like this video, press like button, subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to press notification bell icon. If you want to access the source code of this particular project, you will find it on tubeguruji.com. Just join the membership and get access to 50+ projects. So guys, we'll see you in the next video.